Check, 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 check. Check, check, check.
Can you hear me? I've set a super time machine, as well as a crate of supplies. Here's how to launch. Find the power keys, then place them in the right spots. Flying Nimbus! You found a power key. Go slot it. Hey, great! You found another power key. You bastard! Get up! I owe you one. I'm putting you out of your misery right now. Lie down! If you intend to rescue them, watch out for enemies. Great! You know what to do with that key. This is bad. Somebody's down. Exercise extreme caution if you're going to help them.
Lost my Nimbus.
Kyle, watch out for enemies.
Before you die, allow me to show you what a fully evolved Tuffle is truly capable of.
Hey, great! You found another power key. Use it quick.
Welcome. Thank you.
I'll heal up any of your allies here once they've calmed down. I've got your back. An ally needs your help. We don't know what danger awaits. Think before rushing in.
Stay calm. Stay calm. Stay calm. Stay calm.
This is bad. Somebody's down. Exercise extreme caution if you're going to help them. The startup system for the super time machine is ready. Head there now. The startup system is under attack.
Get up!
Stop it if you can, but retreat if you need
Get up!
to. Got it?
I owe you.
The startup system's under attack. It's dangerous, so tread carefully if you want to get closer.
Holy hell.
You'll make an obedient slave.
I've included some ultra-defined water with the supplies. It should purify any abnormalities in the body.
Welcome.
Stay calm. Stay calm.
You're done.
Now!
An ally needs your help. We don't know what
Don't
danger
worry.
awaits. Think before rushing in.
Baby, my lord, accept this and rise again!
Oh, no, no, no!
Yo, what's up, Kakarot?
What a relief.
How you doing?
I'm not safe here.
Don't worry. I'll take care of the people under baby's control here.
Yeah, I just went live 10 minutes ago.
This is bad. Somebody's down. Exercise extreme caution if you're going to help them.
What's up with you?
might need your help. We don't know what danger awaits. Think before rushing in.
Let's
I owe
do
you.
it. Here I go.
I'll heal up any of your allies here once they've calmed down. I've got your back.
I'm close. Wait, what?
Yeah, man, we got KO'd.
Kaioken! Ah!
How about we finally get serious about this?
You know, they could win if they tried, but they don't have enough Dragon Change. Just look at the time limit. Is it gonna go? Oh, he waited last second.
The startup system's destroyed. The escape time machine's almost prepped. You need to head for the beacon that's indicated by a blue light. I've sent the escape time machine. Use it to get out of there. The escape time machine is back. Whenever you have a beacon, you can call it again. I've sent the escape time machine. Use it to get out of there.
Oh, GG's.
Now then. Well, how about we finally get serious about this?
In a strange turn of events, we find Vegito battling Broly, but at the same time, Vegeta and Goku witness the fight firsthand. As the blast makes its way through the arena, Gohan shouts for Piccolo to get behind he and his father. Damn! As dozens of spectators pick themselves from the ground, or at least the ones that are still able to, even Super Buu gazes in astonishment. But how could such a scenario be, you may wonder? In order to explain, we'll have to look back in time. Peering through the endlessness of outer space, we come across a unique ship.
Parallel universe number 5,098,487,923,674. We have arrived. Deploying scanners.
A race of bird-like aliens detect something particular on the Earth, and jumping from universe to universe, they're quite familiar with our blue little planet. However, one does know, this iteration seems different from the previous ones, resolving to land below, requesting his comrade get the shuttle prepared. questioning if the Namekians are ready to go.
No, I have never played that game actually.
Moments later, Popo wonders how a ship is able to land here,
But,
as
we
any
found a match.
man-made
Just
machine
started in
should
2
be
minutes.
repelled from the lookout by default. But Piccolo reassures him it's okay, as he senses Namekians on board, who are always welcome here. Though Dende's worries remain, not recognizing the ship as one of his peoples.
Anime games. Sounds cool.
Greeting the heroes of Earth, Piccolo, first and foremost, wants to know who these individuals are. Bluntly, one mentions they are Namekians of another universe, venturing into this realm with the help of the Vargas technology, referring to the race of the Traveler to his side. We learn there isn't just one universe, but many, each of them following its own path. While the majority of universes offer only the same choices and decisions, a select few differ slightly, as the smallest change of a single event can send fate spiraling in an alternate direction. These alterations can be as vast as the sky changing to a different color, or an alternative species conquering the planet. Another being in one of the countless universes, and only one, the Vargas discovered how to jump realms out of sheer luck and chance. However, the Kais decided no one should have this kind of power, but permitted one special event to take place in celebration of the Mortal's milestone, soon making friends with the Namekian people in order to design an enormous tournament between the great fighters of all the multiverse, the winner claiming 3 wishes from the Dragon of Namek, and the Dragon of other universes will be used to resurrect anyone who should fall in battle. Aside from the prize itself, needless to say, warriors tend to appreciate a challenge like this, advocating what a unique opportunity it would be with no risk. But ultimately, the choice is theirs if they should enter or not. While Piccolo has his reservations and suspicions, he knows there'll be no talking Goku out of such an occasion. And optimistically, one of the visitors offers to alert the fighters of Earth. In less than an hour later, they all find themselves at the lookout. Indeed,
Soil here looks perfect. Throw in some Cybermen.
Make them suffer, Cybermen.
I need help! Ah!
You do realize that fighting is pointless.
Give me a hand!
Nappa, that's enough! I'll take care of them! You'll be dead soon. So allow me to show you the true power of a Saiyan elite.
Special beam cannon!
Well now. Go, Nappa! Sniff out those fools!
Let's go!
Come at me for real! There you are!
Someone help!
Go, Nappa! Sniff out those fools! Here comes a pain!
He's excited for himself. Goku's first instinct is that Oob will finally get a real test for his power, with nothing to hold him back. Much like Piccolo, Vegeta also retains some heavy distrust, but refuses to let Goku attend without him. Making our way to Goten and Trunks, the pair have a question, asking if they'll be able to fight as a team, but are sternly told that will not be an option. The bouts are to be one-on-one. You lose if you're unable to fight for 30 seconds or give up, and weapons are allowed. Each participant must enter the ring alone, with no exterior aid. But seeing a way around these rules, the boys are just fine with this, figuring they can just register as Gotenks and tag along as spectators by themselves, telling the visitors the fighter is among them already, but simply can't be seen yet, which the aliens see no issue with. In fact, one fighter registered their child who isn't even born yet, so this Gotenks fellow can be created seconds before the battle for all they care, prompting Piccolo and Gohan to follow as only spectators as well. Going on, one of the Namekians mentions the gang is the 18th group to enter, which will act as their universe number for convenience, requesting all who wish to take part or simply watch from afar, enter the shuttle now. Without wasting a moment, Vegeta scurries off, followed by the others only seconds later, while those who decide to stay on Earth worry for the Z-Fighter's safety. The same Namekian reminds that there is nothing bad that will happen that can't be fixed by the Dragon Balls, and besides, there's no reason for anything bad to happen anyway. On the ship, the aliens get ready to take off.
The shuttle is back! Open the airlock!
Boarding the mothership, Oob and Pan marvel at the technology and vast size, while Goku questions how long this trip is expected to take. And since they'll be warping, it'll only be mere seconds, mentioning the tournament takes place in a universe completely void of life, so no harm will come to any bystanders. And with those words, the ship fades from this universe. Arriving on a barren, comatose world, housing an enormous stadium and several distinct spacecrafts, at least one of which we recognize. In the arena, the Vargas escort our heroes to where they'll be staying, alerting that they're surely going to run into warriors they believe they know, but assures they're not the same iteration that they've already met. Getting acquainted with their bench area, Piccolo and Gohan look around to get a glimpse of the other competitors, when something catches his eye that causes his blood to run cold, muttering out to the others, it's Cell, who also seems familiar with the Z-Fighters. Piccolo deducing the villain must have succeeded in killing them where he comes from, which is one theory, but Goku points out that Universe 16 appears to be their doppelgangers, and they're stationed right next to him. Trunks hopping the barrier to get a closer look at the other teams, stopping dead in his tracks to find his father. Behind him is Nappa, Goku, likely called Kakarot, and Raditz. From another group, Frieza. Trunks pointing out, it seems that a lot of monsters their fathers fought in the past are here, even Majin Buu, causing the boys to reminisce about their battle with him. Something clearly catching Vegeta's attention. His daughter questions what's wrong, but he claims it to be nothing. It becomes apparent he spotted a group of primal-looking Saiyans from Universe 10, their leader resembling Vegeta himself. Gohan spotting him too, believing that certainly they've come from a world with no Frieza, and more than likely, they haven't discovered the Super Saiyan transformation yet. Simultaneously, Piccolo senses a cornucopia of Namekians, Nail being one of them. But the boys, with their heads in the clouds, want to talk to the Primal Saiyans. Trunks thinking his grandfather must be among them, choosing to go find out. Goten wanting to see his as well, running off without really thinking of the consequences. Gohan can only wish him luck. Away, Frieza and Cold brood over having to face those flea-infested monkeys and the Saiyans once more. Cold pointing out, it seems he and his sons must be missing from several realms, vowing to eliminate every last one of these pieces of scum around them. And given they have found Namekians that grant wishes instead of wishing death upon themselves, it's time to claim all the universes for the rightful owners. Calling out for the king, Trunks requests to speak to the leader of the Saiyans. Though bearded Vegeta, surely like regular Vegeta, is insulted someone would dare speak to him so casually, only adding fuel to the fire. Trunks quips, "Not you, stupid, I mean your father." Goten requesting the one called Kakarot at the same time, but the Saiyan has never heard of him before. When Bardock chimes in, admitting he had a son with that name, but he's dead now. The kid instantly recognizes this man for who he is. While Bizarro Vegeta continues to lose his head, chirping for him to calm down, Trunks explains that this old-timer is merely the prince where he comes from, ridding himself of the discussion. Vegeta points behind him, singling out that man is the previous King Vegeta. Back with the others, Gohan questions Goku if he'd like to meet his father, but as we're aware, our hero doesn't really have much interest in knowing him. When Piccolo decides to approach a group of his own, soaring over the Primal Saiyans in the process, landing between the two universes. He greets Nail, offering the advice not to take the Saiyans lightly, as where he comes from, they've slaughtered entire planets. Though Nail assures him to worry not, as these Saiyans don't seem to have the technology to travel through space, leaving Piccolo a bit confused, questioning if there's someone called Frieza in their universe, which seems to only be a footnote on these Namekians' history. While the name came up during their evacuation of Namek to avoid a cataclysm, it's said one that went by Kaioshin vanquished the individual named Frieza. Pointing in the other direction, Nail motions to exactly who it was, as we see Universe 1 consist of all the Kais that face off against Buu in our universe. While the conversation between the boys and King Vegeta winds down, it's revealed that Goten and Trunks are merely half Saiyans, much to the disgust of the king that any iteration of his son would shame his people in such a way. But ever confident, he tells his alternate father that together, they could easily wipe the floor with every last one of his soldiers. Meanwhile, Piccolo notices the lack of their kind in other realms, and Nail believes that's because the Namekians don't differ much from reality to reality. But in Universe 7, there does seem to be a vast variation. In order to stop the aforementioned tyrant known as Frieza, every last Namekian fused into one, winning the battle with ease before traveling the universe, eventually destroying a bug-like lizard monster and a pink demon that also threatened the universe, all of which are attending the tournament. Nail believes he's the shoo-in to claim victory in this contest. Heading back to their own space, Goten spots the challengers of Universe 19, which turn out to be some new faces. Greeting them, they don't seem all bad, or at least they were willing to return the greeting, when Pan shouts for everyone to look, peering over at the 20th universe. It seems its sole contestant is frozen in a block of ice. While the gang wonders exactly what's going on with them, Piccolo zeroes in, realizing it's the original Broly. One of the Vargas explains that they found him frozen in the void of space. If he's alive when his match is up, he'll indeed participate. The Namekian pointing out what a terrible idea this is. Even Goku's concerns swell, wondering how they could bring such a mindless monster. Gohan pointing out, the Vargas have brought plenty of monsters here, to the humor of Cell. And looking around, that's completely right. Frieza and his family, the Ginyu Force, Babidi, Buu, Deborah, Bojack and his gang, and even the evil incarnations of 17 and 18. But Goku remains undeterred. After all, the heroes of Earth should be light years past these villains by now. Oob astonished, it seems his master knows all the other fighters. Cutting him off, an announcement comes over the PA, declaring all the challengers have arrived. Having randomly selected the matches, the tournament is soon to begin, getting Goku pumped. The first fight will be Nappa of Universe 13 versus Cargo from Universe 10.
May the fights begin!
You know, I've killed lots of your kind in my universe. That's none of my concern. The Z Fighters, giving their 2 cents on the battle, noting this Nappa is leagues above the one they fought, but it's also apparent he's very old. With little effort, the Saiyan claims victory. Next up is Frieza from Universe 8 and Jace, also from Universe 8, causing a bit of a panic for Jace, confused why 2 of the same universe would fight each other, but it seems the battles are 100% random. Getting a sinister grin from his ruler, he decides it would be best to forfeit. And with that, Goku, from our Universe 18, goes face to face against Masu of Universe 10, his family and friends cheering him on. But Vegeta notes this won't even be a good warm-up. Landing and spotting the tail, Goku asks if this man is a Saiyan, but scoffing, he refuses to speak with some renegade without a tail. Thinking, Goku knows it'd be best not to use his full strength. But on the other hand, it's not like he's human, so maybe just a little strength. And so happens, even a little strength was far too much, as Goku is announced the winner. The audience finding themselves in a state of shock, not following exactly what happened, and only feeling a pocket of air pass through him. Even the unknown warriors of other worlds are astonished by this, for Goku, pedestrian strength. The Cape Vegeta laughing that the lowlives here are finally starting to understand how outmatched they are. After witnessing this, nearly the entirety of the Namekians decide to drop out, leaving Primal Vegeta to call them cowards. Rejoining his group, Cape Vegeta laughs that he met the pathetic version of the Saiyans, going on to claim he and his kind are the Super Saiyans, and future victors of this tournament, recognizing Goku as Kakarot, but aghast they've teamed up with a Namekian, assuming they had a strange time fighting Frieza on Namek itself. Piccolo pointing out to him their realities diverged long before Namek, questioning if their Kakarot was sent to Earth when he was a baby. Who, finally chiming in himself, admits he was, and killed all the humans that dwelt there. About 20 years later, the remaining Saiyans came to pick him up before venturing to Namek to claim the Dragon Balls. The gang deducing he most likely killed Kami, thus erasing Shenron. Their Vegeta explaining that the few living Saiyans revolted against Frieza on Namek, and once he discovered the secret of the Super Saiyan, the battle was won, inquiring how they survived. Our Vegeta, ironically enough, scoffing that they did it better, before chuckling that he killed Nappa back on Earth. Trunks jumping in to change the subject, insisting these primal Saiyans will surely be disappointed once the real fights begin. But Cape Vegeta is only focused on the moment Frieza gets to die once more. Gohan admitting that would be a sight for a lot of people here, mentioning in his universe, Frieza killed Vegeta, going on to talk about how he also killed Krillin and almost Piccolo, but now the latter could crush him like it was nothing. Kakarot questioning if Krillin was a bald dwarf and Piccolo a Namekian, revealing it may come as a shock, but he killed both of them. The brothers looking at each other before staring down the evil Saiyan, smirking that what's really a shock is he's their father. In a nearby room, one of the Vargas sits with a concerned look on his face, stating Universe 10 had more competitors than anyone, and all but one Namekian just gave up. His comrade pressing, even more will throw in the towel once more intense battles take place. But bearing no other choice, they need to charge forward with the tournament. Announcing up next, number 17 from Universe 14, against Ickle of Universe 15, but it seems the contestant isn't ready, literally, as this is the fighter previously mentioned to not be born yet, but unwilling to give any more time. 17 is declared the winner by forfeit. Back in the booth, we see this is actually a personal quarrel between one of the Vargas and the carrier of the fighter, as she was a real jerk earlier. Regardless, instead, it's South Kaioshin of Universe 1 against Birder from Universe 8, who readily boasts that he's the fastest being in the universe. But maybe just his universe. Moving on easily enough, we then have Majin Buu of the 11th and Bujin from the 6th. Without really even giving the signal to begin, Buu attacks. So Bujin decides to use his power of illusion, briefly mystifying the Majin. But he laughs he can do magic too, turning the clocks into ice cream, donuts, and candy. Once again showing little match, the Space Pirate resolves to use his energy bonds at max power. The fish line-like attack cutting through his foe, but this only serves to bore the Majin. Once again, showing an easy victory to the audience. Though Bojack only appears mildly frustrated, Bobbity commends his bubbly blob. Then, we find future Trunks is here as well, Gohan asking if he's the same that came to help him. Turns out, that's correct. The exact same. Gohan chuckling, but this time around, he's the elder, as only 10 years have passed for Trunks since the defeat of Cell. Introducing him to someone, looks like he found Android 16 in the ruins of Jiro's lab, and Bulma put him back together. The android has been a big help in rebuilding his world. Elated to see his old friend, as Trunks informs him he was a big part in pushing Gohan to transform. The robot telling Gohan their kindred spirits and their protective nature. When asking if he plans to compete, 16 grows cold, uttering indeed, as there are several Son Gokus here, and he'd like to kill one of them. With a nervous chortle, Gohan wishes him luck and returns to his wife, elaborating on the history of Trunks in the fight against Cell. But she's confused, insisting they both spoke with him about an hour ago. Turns out, Gohan got the wrong Videl. Apologizing for the accident, the correct Videl pokes her head over the barrier, asking what's going on. Goten also taking special interest in their doppelgangers. As they speak amongst each other, they can't help but wonder why they would summon two identical teams. When the alternate Pan spots Goku, running up and embracing her grandfather, proclaiming, at last she finally gets to meet him. Goku just finding the idea of two Pans adorable, but then thinks this must mean he's dead in her universe. Emerging from the shadows, it seems their two realities diverged the moment he appeared. Vegito! And remember, prior to Dragon Ball Super, Potara fusion was believed to be permanent. The fused warrior quickly deduces, unlike himself, Goku and Vegeta must have found a way to trap Buu inside this boy, referring to Oob. Trying to explain, Goku is
Alright guys,
interrupted
next
by
match is
the
starting
PA,
in 2 minutes.
calling upon Tidar from Universe 19, and Oob himself from 18. With Universe 19 having their own iteration of a scouter, Tidar's ally warns his foe is immensely powerful, and he needs to go all out from the beginning. Squaring off, Oob can't wait to show his mentor everything he's learned, but his challenger doesn't intend to be a pushover. Unleashing immense mechanical weaponry, Naturally, even Goku as a child could handle conventional artillery, but Oob does notice his armor seemed insanely heavy. Seeing the projectiles are in fact homing missiles, he effortlessly does away with them. The only danger would be the chemicals the blast seemed to have released. Slicing the tiny plane that the two stand on. The stranger appears rather sure of himself. Oob, on the other hand, explaining his blade uses nanotechnology to allow it to cut through anything. Oob decides not to take any chances, one-shotting Tidar into oblivion, frantically asking if his team could fix his arm. Vegeta scoffs that he got careless. But of course, Oob doesn't feel this is the time for such lessons. And with no sensu beans, unfortunately, we won't get to see if that would help. Pan suggests he request aid from a Namekian, while a member of Tidar's team angrily tries to seek revenge. Trunks reminding him everyone will be wished back in the end. Cutting in, Babidi offers to heal Oob, good as new, but it won't be free. But not even the loss of an arm quells Oob's hatred for the wizard. Disgusted his powers came from such a despicable creature.
Yo, what's up?
Can you hear me?
Flying Nimbus!
I've set a super time machine, as well as a crate of supplies. Here's how to launch. Find the power keys, then place them in the right spots. You found a power key. Go slot it.
Thanks.
Flying Nimbus!
Great. You know what to do with that key.
Someone! Thanks.
That's a new power key. Place it now. Great. You know what to do with that key.
Oh, come on!
Do not let anyone get away!
Give me a freaking break. Flying Nimbus!
That's a new power key. Place it now. time system from the central area. Just a little more to go, then you're done. The startup system's under attack. It's dangerous, so tread carefully if you want to get closer. The startup system is under attack. Stop it if you can, but retreat if you need to. Got it? The startup system's destroyed. The escape time machine's almost prepped. You need to head for the beacon that's indicated by a blue light.
Flying Nimbus!
I've sent the escape time machine. Use it to get out of there. The escape time machine is back. Whenever you have a beacon, you can call it again. I've sent the escape time machine. Use it to get out of there.
These guys are such pussies, bro. Blocking all these guys.
An ally needs your help. We don't know what danger awaits. Think before rushing in. I've sent the escape time machine. Use it to get out of there.
Bro, I set the last key and I went and picked up the Dragon Ball, and I was running towards the time machine. No one went to the time machine. Like 6 other players decided not to go to the time machine, and this guy just destroyed it, and we could have won. He was level 2, man.
But then, someone puts him back together. Bobbity scolding Izmajin for healing him, but he's got the wrong guy, as it was Super Boo with the assist, assuring he only did it to spite Bobbity. Or maybe because Oob has a little bit of Boo in himself, or even that all present company continues to exist inside Super Boo himself.
Dog, I
Goku
can't control
acquiring
these
if that
guys. If
means
they
him
want to run
too,
to the escape
which
time machine,
naturally it
then
does. Going on to
there's no
tell,
point in me staying there
everything
by myself
existing that
just to
contains at
kill
least
me.
a little bit of power now resides within him. As one of the Vargas restores the ring, we prepare for Nail of Universe 10 versus Recoome from Universe 8. Facing off in the ring, Recoome gets up to the normal
whatever. Next match.
Ginyu Force Flare, introducing himself in a less than modest fashion, leaving Nail slightly put off. As the Namekian gets put to the ground, the Brute looks down at him, asking if he wants some more. Not taking any time to get back to his feet, the Elite Warrior's shocked, as he's not accustomed to his foes recovering from his attacks. While impressive, Caped Vegeta knows the blast wasn't near powerful enough to take Recoome out. Smoking and all, the Ginyu Force tank didn't even get knocked off his feet, though he does compliment Nail on the veracity of the attack. Returning fire, Nail lies severely maimed. Picking him up, Raccoon laughs that he's no different than the other Namekians him and his squad ruthlessly slaughtered. Catching him by surprise, and with a snarky grin, now clearly holding the upper hand, the Namek moves in to end the fight. Brutally stomping his enemy, Nail wins after a 30 count. While such extreme violence isn't normally in his nature, he's out of energy and knows he can't take any chances. With our universe, Vegeta exclaims his saltiness to this Nail fellow for not helping him back on Namek, to Piccolo's awkward silence. Echoing through the stadium are the names of the next competitors, Trunks from Universe 12 and Cooler from 8. Taking their places in the fighting area, the time traveler notes the irony of the situation, informing Cooler he's the only member of the Frost Demon family he hasn't yet killed. Immediately being overwhelmed, Cooler, much like the other members of his family, insists Trunks would be nothing without a sword. And just as with them, he plays along, sticking it in the ground. Rising back to his feet, Cooler decides that since Trunks has shown his true power, so will he. The Saiyan notes he seems to have recovered his health and is indeed much more powerful, stepping up to his foe.
Hit you by chance?
Luckily, the audience is protected by a barrier, but with his back turned. Laughing that Cooler is just like Cold and Frieza, he questions if he's out of dirty tricks. Sheathing his weapon, Trunks scoffs that he's not even worth killing, and is declared the winner. It's then announced, as the ring is restored, the next bout will consist of King Vegeta of Universe 10 and our Vegeta of the 18th. Noticing the prince in deep thought, Gohan questions if he doesn't want to fight against his own father, not realizing that evil Spock over there is actually Vegeta himself, which Trunks clues him in on. However, he could care less about who he fights. It's all filler until he gets to come face to face with Kakarot anyway. Hearing the lack of King before his opponent's name, the Primal Vegeta demands to know what happened to his title, who quips at home he has no one to reign over. Dashing, Bizarro Vegeta now realizes that brat who insulted him earlier must be this man's son. Putting a stop to his nonsense rather quickly, with a boot to his back, our Vegeta admits that Trunks' mother didn't educate him on manners well, declaring his opponent is powerless without the likes of Frieza to rebel against, before cutting a bit deeper, scoffing that this man is no more than a husk of what he himself would be had he stayed on a pathetic planet bearing his name. Looking towards the other Primal Saiyans, he acknowledges that he would be just as primitive had he not found inner peace on Earth. Furthermore, he thanks his alternate self for only confirming that he would look ridiculous to grow a beard like his father, perhaps just a moustache instead. But King Vegeta has had enough of this insolence, generating a ball of energy and pointing out his adversary's tail is missing. The retired king shouting for his comrades to shield their eyes, as to not wreak havoc on the entire stadium. Tossing it to the air, he unleashes an artificial full moon. Keep Vegeta snapping at Raditz and Nappa to cover their eyes as well. And with a few heavy thuds of the heart, King Vegeta reveals his Grade 8 form, proving to have just as much control as regular Vegeta. He heartily announces that no one can defeat the King of Saiyans. And with a single hit, that previous statement is proven incorrect, as it seems the prince wants to put an end to this joke of a battle. The old man hearing, "You can open your eyes!" We find the fight is over, King Vegeta naked and disgraced in front of his own people, while his minions grovel at the thought of their sire losing. The former king now realizes the participants of this contest are much more powerful than they had anticipated. Over the PA, the Vargas then usher Bardock of the 10th universe and Pan from our 18th, and the loss of their king won't let that get in the way of the original Saiyan Renegades fun. Taking center stage, Bardock is put off by the idea of fighting some little brat, but said brat is elated to see her great-grandfather. The king awakens from his slumber just in time to witness the match. Though confused in the fact that he lost, his men try to reassure him that he only lost against himself to be fair, confident Bardock will reclaim their honor. But that doesn't seem to be the case, as Pan goes into Hugger Elder. The Saiyans don't know how to deal with affection very well, and the others can only look on in disbelief. using a classic Goku combo. It's not long before Bardock surrenders, prompting their king to stand, announcing they're leaving. Walking through the gate, he demands the Vargas take his people home, who frantically request they stay for the finals, or at least allow them to heal their wounds. But King Vegeta has had it, done with the humiliation, when the alien is then approached by Nail, informing they too are leaving. Arguing but they won their match, he's resolved his people won't get very far. As the PA echoes through the crowd, informing the arena of the forfeiting contestants and the victory of Pan, it's time for Kakarot of Universe 13 and Cat from Universe 6. Thinking aloud, he figures this will be a pretty quick match. Then according to the bracket, it should be either Trunks or Vegeta, only hoping the latter isn't as powerful as the one from his universe. Meanwhile, Cat's teammates cheer her on. Zanya mocks as she can't stand how bubbly these stupid girls are, Bojack suggesting they unalive them once they get back to their native realm. Jumping into the fighting area, she seems to lose herself a bit, not realizing the ring has increased gravity, roughly 10 times what she's used to. Getting a cold stare from Kakarot, she knows she's going to have to use all her powers for this one. Flirtatiously greeting him, slightly embarrassing the Space Warrior, wondering who the girl thinks she is. He decides to try to mimic his doppelganger from the 18th universe. Planning a flying knee to the face. It does nothing to Kakarot, starting to panic at the sight of her foe not even being scratched. She admits he hides his energy well. Backing away, Cat sees she can't win by traditional means. Not wanting to use this method, she has little choice. Emitting a pheromone attack, the fumes make their way to Kakarot. His spandex getting a little bit tighter. Seductively looking into his eyes, she calls out for her handsome warrior, the Saiyan overwhelmed with mammalian desires. Whispering he lose the match for her, she makes her approach. Continuing her flirtatious behavior, repeating he throw in the towel and surrender. Things take a turn, with Kakarot declaring his love for his foe, demanding she bear his child. And given the Saiyans aren't known to be the most romantic beings in existence, he tells her she'll be coming back with him to his universe, commanding her to go to the 13th balcony and wait. Deterred, but still focused, she falsely promises that she will. But first about that forfeit. The situation getting much more grim. Kakarot slaps her, yelling she'd do as he commands, screaming what he thinks he's doing. She realizes this guy is totally out of his mind. Cat wisely gives up the match, reeling back once more. He stopped. His group's Vegeta, explaining that if he hits her again, he'll be expelled from the tournament. Or even worse, all 4 of them will be. Facing the girl, he warns she think twice before again turning on a pervert. Cat only now absorbing the full blow of the situation. Beckon to the ring, Universe 17's Cell and Universe 11's Deborah. Just as Cell was beginning to feel the boredom, at least now he'll finally see some action, and with a few promising adversaries still ahead even. Drawing the bracket in the dirt, our Vegeta deduces that first he'll have to beat down Trunks, much to the concern of his son, who's informed it's actually the other Trunks. He will then have to face the winner between Pan and the other Kakarot, cheekily requesting Pan lose her next match, or he'll have to hit her, which she calls a threat. But actually, it's just the reality of the situation. Trunks and Gohan playfully urging the prince to cut it out, as the fighters take their places, ready to show everyone what the demons are about. Laughing at the gullibility of the Demon Lord, Deborah can't believe Cell's reflexes could be this incredible. Returning the compliment, Cell admits his foe is also probably the strongest fighter he's ever faced. But he pompously responds, of course he is. In the audience, Goku wonders why Cell didn't bother getting any stronger. Even Gohan can sense he's at the exact same power as he was at the beginning of the Cell games. But Vegito thinks it's impossible he didn't manage to improve himself after nearly 30 years. Commenting on his Demon King counterpart, Piccolo believes Deborah's power is the same as well, but he never seemed like the training type anyway. The demon soon finds himself out of breath, extending his arm. Cell challenges him to dodge this. Frieza's death beam, to the ire and shock of the Space Lord. Though seemingly a fatal blow to the Demon King, Cell nonchalantly pulls the sword from his torso, calmly asking if he's only capable of attacking from behind. Turning to him, he breaks the blade, affirming he can't be killed with such weapons. But Dabura argues that with a sliced open body, how much longer does he intend to last?
Alright guys, found another match.
Good as new,
Start in 2
the
minutes.
Lord of Darkness may have bitten off more than he can chew. Screaming to know how he put himself back together, Cell wastes no time. Firing Piccolo's Makanko Sapo. Below, Raditz and Kakarot can't believe he was hit by such a simple technique, theorizing he may have intentionally let it hit him. But moving in closer, we can see that's definitely not the case. But the demon is determined to end this now, spitting at Cell. As the android begins turning to stone, he screams at his enemy, demanding to know what he's done. Laughing, Dabura confidently states the fight is over. With few options and even less time remaining, Cell grabs the sides of his face, growing a smug smile, the demon looking on, wondering what he could be up to. When he rips off his own head, confusing even the likes of the Lord of Demons. As Cell and his solidified body plummet to the ground, we know this isn't the end. However, Dabura is bewildered why the insect would choose suicide. Looking to the sky, Cell quickly regenerates his body once more, with nothing left in the tank. The match is finally over. Gohan actually surprised to see the demon lose to Cell, but Piccolo notes it's his regeneration that was the deciding factor, and Cell is actually quite weaker than he was during the final standoff with Gohan. But using his Namekian hearing, the villain eavesdrops on this. Satisfied, he was able to hold his power to exactly what it was during the Cell games, as he wonders how they possibly defeated him in their world, believing he's surely superior to Son Gohan. Regardless, he's soon declared the winner by a 30 count. Immediately after,
Can you hear me? It's
Flying
Trunks.
Nimbus!
I've set a super time machine, as well as a crate of supplies. Here's how to launch. Find the power keys, then place them in the right spots. This is bad! Somebody's down! Exercise extreme caution if you're going to help them.
Are you here to save me?
Flying Nimbus!
Ally down! If you intend to rescue them, watch out for enemies.
It's so annoying when I have the power key and I'm trying to look for the key and I have to save these freaking civilians, man.
You really want to save me?
What's the big idea?
Thought I was a goner there.
Flying Nimbus!
You found a power key. Go slot it.
Someone help me. You really want to save me?
This is bad. Somebody's down. Exercise extreme caution if you're going to help them.
Flying Nimbus!
key. Place it now.
What's the big idea?
Great. You know what to do with that key. Ally down! If you intend to rescue them, watch out for enemies.
Holy hell.
Hey, great! You found another power key. Use it quick. This is bad. Somebody's down.
Oh man.
Exercise extreme caution if you're going to help them.
Oh man.
Flying Nimbus! Kaioken!
Access the startup system from the central area. Just a little more to go.
Flying Nimbus!
Then you're done. The startup system's under attack. It's dangerous, so tread carefully if you want to get closer. The startup system is under attack.
Calm.
Stop it if you can. Retreat if you need to. Got it?
Oh man.
Give me that! Here comes a pain!
I'll send some supplies to help. Make good use of them.
Holy hell.
Oh no!
Give me a break.
I don't know what's going on tonight.
Pan from Universe 16, aka Vegeto's universe, not ours, against Bojack of the 6th. Excited to get in the ring, her father stops her, telling his child he knows this fighter, and he's an incredibly cold-hearted and ruthless warrior, having no doubt he's stronger than Pan. But shouting she refuses to give up, that's not what he's asking, merely pressing she be extremely careful. Taking her place, Bojack scoffs. This battle will end very quickly. Realizing she truly is going to have to give it her all, our Pan appears baffled that her counterpart is able to transform. With Bojack face-planting to the ground, Videl believes she's won. But Gohan knows this fight has just started. Grasping at the dirt, the sinister brute rises to his feet, furious. His lackeys commenting on how this little one, referring to Pan, is going to get a glimpse of their leader's fury. Snapping the young warrior's neck. The fight is over, tossing her to the wayside. Pan's mother rushes to her daughter, Gohan already there to catch her, bringing her gently to the ground. Kakarot chuckling at what fools they were to let that puny brat enter the tournament in the first place. Raditz seeing the situation for what it is, commenting on how that little girl's entire universe will be eliminated in a few seconds, leaving Nappa confused. But as we see, both Gohan and Brawl are furious. The latter powers up screaming she's going to kill Bojack. Piccolo reaching out to stop her, demanding she not retaliate outside of a match. Vegito agreeing, believing they would immediately be sent home without Pan being revived. If they remain here, she'll be brought back a lot sooner than if they have to gather the Dragon Balls themselves. Also pointing out that her brother Gohan, or half-brother, even despite his legendary rage, is backing down, so she needs to follow suit. Piccolo transmuting a piece of the stadium into a makeshift casket for the girl, as Gohan places his daughter to rest. Brawl continues to argue for the both of them to go after Bojack, but firmly putting his foot down, he demands she do nothing, as Pan's opponent played by the rules. They are not permitted to attack him. Snapping back, she asks if he wants payback for what he did to his daughter. And of course, the Half-Saiyan can barely contain his aggression. As his power swells, everyone in the surrounding area can feel his ki. Super Buu noting he's not even a bit weaker from the day the two of them squared off. Staring down his sister, he demands if she must, take her anger out on him, but do not by any means risk their participation and Pan's resurrection by doing something so stupid and rash. It's not until now she finally calms down, our Pan peering in a couple of groups over, turning to her father proclaiming she would like to drop out of the tournament now. After all, that other Pan was a lot stronger, and she still lost. Gohan reminding she could be that
What's
powerful
up, guys?
too, even learn how to transform.
How you
After
doing,
all,
Tiger T?
the two of them are identical.
What's up, King?
Brawl piping up that she and her doppelganger
And this
aren't the
manga
same
is
at
from
all,
Mondo called This
given their
Dragon Ball
deviating
Multiverse.
fathers,
And you
believing
found
she
another
could
match
never
that
become a
starts in
Super
its-
Saiyan herself. Vegeta arguing that she probably could if she trained more. And, to his further disappointment, she also comments that she doesn't dig that hairstyle anyway. Not to mention becoming all muscle and no brains like Goku and her father isn't exactly on her wish list. Not far away, Babidi shuns those mourning the loss of the young girl, comparing it to the loss of Deborah, and they don't see him complaining about it. Buu asking if he's dead if he can eat him. Though below, out of the field of view, the Demon Lord coughs that he's still alive. Just then, the
Teammates
next
sold
participants
2
are ushered to
matches.
the stage.
One
Tapion of
narrator
Universe
match.
3, and
One my survivor
Karakuru
match.
native to 10. But as we remember, just
we have another
about
match
all of
coming right
Universe 10 withdrew from the competition, being the Primal Saiyans and the Namekians. It would seem a deal is made off camera. So instead, we have Salza from 8 and Krillin of 9. Of course, getting Goku's attention hearing his best friend's name. Glancing over, we spot Group 9, consisting of Tien, Krillin, and Yamcha. And Krillin seems to appear more Master Roshi than we've ever seen him before. Salza hearing a loud clunk behind him. Looks like Krillin didn't account for the weight of the shell and the change of the gravity. Narrowing his eyes towards his foe, he doesn't think it'll take long to put an end to this geezer. The Hermit taking notice. This is the guy one of his friends killed ages ago, but he hasn't aged at all since that day, noting how reality can be so unfair. Abruptly attacking. And discovering the shell is more than just for show. Our human friend chuckles that nobody should strike Kashin. Not with their bare hands, at least. After all, it is known to be one of the strongest materials in existence. The same substance that the Supreme Kai.
Can you hear me?
Flying
It's
Nimbus!
Trunks. I've set a super time machine, as well as a crate of supplies. Here's how to launch. Find the power keys, then place them in the right spots.
Please save me!
You found a power key. Go slot it.
You're my savior. Flying Nimbus!
Thanks.
Oh, man.
I'm lucky there.
Thanks.
That's a new power key. Place it now. Great. You know what to do with that key.
Holy hell.
see who's gonna get the last Dragon Ball.
That's a new power key. Place it now. You've got all 7 Dragon Balls. Summon Shenron at the altar.
Flying Nimbus!
Ally down! If you intend to rescue them, watch out for enemies.
Come forth, Shenron!
Now, it shall be done. I will grant your wish.
You're done!
Great! You know what to do with that key.
If these guys set the key, then we're done with the time machine.
Access the startup system from the central area. Just a little more to go, then you're done. Ally needs your help. Don't know what danger awaits. Think before rushing in.
Cannot escape the inevitable.
Let's go! Champions!
No one does this to me.
That OG. Kyle, Super Kyle, Ken. You shout the whole team.
And Gohan accidentally broke the Z-Sword with. But how did it come into Krillin's possession? Dashing once more, Salza promises to make this old fart pay for that. Gracefully landing in front of his opponent, almost to taunt him, The Armored Squadron member knows with how short he is, he shouldn't be able to swing very far.
The legend Tiger T, thank
Our
you so
Dwarven
much
warrior
for the
claims he himself may be
199
old,
super
but
chat.
Salsa will be
Insane
a sucker
carries.
for eternity. Having enough of this,
Practice, man. I've been playing for
he
a long
charges
time.
his energy blade, believing any
Shout
he
out to the
strikes the
team.
shell,
Thank you
it'll
for the super
surely
chat.
cut through it. But the new Turtle Master isn't willing to risk something so precious getting scuffed, revealing he has a blade of his own. As the space soldier falls to the ground in pieces, Krillin thinks this is a fitting end for such a monster. He's then approached by Goku while the PA declares his victory, but showing to be less than friendly, he inquires what the Saiyan wants. Oblivious, our hero continues to blurt out how cool it is that he went off and became an old master himself. Still on guard, Krillin assures he doesn't know him, but is familiar with his Saiyan friends. And it's a pity, the universe is littered with monsters like him. Stumbling away and muttering about the Saiyans, demons, cyborgs, Babidi, all these wicked creatures gathered in one place, confounding Goku. And with that, the first half of the first arc of the tournament concludes, bringing a break to the audience and contestants. Everyone taking the opportunity to grub up. We even catch a Raleigh, Nekomajin, and Beelzebub from the Toryverse.
I played as Vegeta as
Going
my
down
last
the line,
trainer, so
we see every
I'll probably
universe eating their
play,
preferred
Vegeta.
nourishment, including Boo's candy,
Majin
Frieza's
Buu,
wine,
and then I'll
and the
play
mysterious
Cell and
Namekian
Frieza
with
again.
several glasses of water. While the humans modestly work on their meal, we find Babidi's Boo keeps turning all the dishes into sweets, while Deborah still lies on the ground begging them to heal him already. Future Trunks wants to join his friends from the past, but can't decide which to choose, the 16th or the 18th. And the Saiyans do their Saiyan thing. Android 17 abruptly stating, "Good food. That's what's missing from our universe." 18 reminding it was him who killed the last chef. The unborn
Kakarot?
fighter's mother
We
claims
just won our last
her
match.
warrior will be born any minute. The Vargas assuring they're still waiting, before asking exactly what they eat. As the intermission persists, it would seem Cell and his spawn grow impatient. Tidar's group, the fighter Ook defeated,
This story
all
is a
bow their
Dragon Ball
heads in a moment of
multiverse-
silence for their fallen
multiverse
comrade.
tournament.
Broly just chills, and even the crowd gets refreshments. Piccolo asks Vegito,
Well, just think of
who
it
he
like
thinks will
different
be the last
timelines.
man standing, which of course Vegito believes that to be himself. Further questioning if
coming
nobody
together to
here
fight.
intimidates him, not even Super Buu.
Alternate
And while
realities.
Vegito knows he'll be a challenge, against himself though, when Brawl chimes in wondering if Broly will be an issue, as he was making a fuss about him earlier. With a mouthful, the fused fighter admits that Broly's power must have been growing constantly for years now, and he's probably the one with the biggest power here. But there's little doubt he'll end up attacking the audience or the other participants to get himself disqualified. Goten inquiring if that means he can't beat him, but Vegito assures that's not the case at all. Of course he can, unless that is he's his first opponent. When the PA blares, the tournament will resume in 10 minutes. The fight being Vegito of Universe 16 versus the unknown participants of 20, being Broly of course. In the booth, a Vargas alerts
Again,
the
this is
previous
an alternate
announcer. They've
Vegito
learned that fighter's
from a different
name.
timeline.
The Namekian
So in that
adding
timeline,
he was
Vegito
told he was a
stayed fused,
dangerous
they never
maniac
defused.
and should never be awakened.
Another
but the hosting
timeline,
aliens are
Majin Buu
having it,
absorbed
asking
everyone,
where his fighting
Saiyan
spirit
Cell.
is. Besides, with a simple
Another
press of a
timeline,
button,
we
they
have,
can banish him back to the void
BoJack.
of space where he came from. Though it may seem foolproof, the
Another timeline, we have
Namek
full
has
Saiyans.
extreme reservations. Goku worries
Primate
that if this
Saiyans.
Broly's power can grow like the one they fought, even Vegito will struggle greatly.
It's a tournament.
Vegeta mentioning that only matters if he's still alive. Going on, Goku also wonders if they'll continue the tournament once the entire audience has been decimated. The prince quipping that their children will surely die with them, to the concern of Trunks, Goten, and Brawl. But he assures he's not kidding. Our hero then urges the less powerful of the group to enter the spectator stands. At least there, they'll be protected by a barrier. With a little luck, it may hold out. Pan frustrated that if there's a layer of ki blocking the fight, she won't be able to follow the participants' energy signatures. Her father bringing up that she may not be able to see much, but at least she'll be safe. With Goku, Vegeta, and Gohan staying to watch. Away, Raditz is stoked to finally see those two mystery fighters go at it. Nappa arguing that the guy in the ice will never wake up. Kakarot and Keep Vegeta laughing at how foolish this Vegito character looks. Between his carefree attitude and stupid hair, the moment of truth arrives. The Vargas requesting the Namekian uses healing abilities to melt the ice. As it begins to crack, it's determined the warrior is indeed alive.
Don't worry, man. We're still here. Let's do your thing.
It must be stopped!
as chaos reigns on our fighters. Back in the control booth, the Vargas and Namekian resolve to return this brutal psychopath to his own reality. Pressing down on the button, nothing happens, as they realize there must be some sort of malfunction in their technology. But this is no mechanical error. Super Boo took it upon himself to keep Broly in this realm, believing it would be a shame such a fight couldn't take place because a little birdie got cold feet. During his rampage, Broly spots Goku as he rushes our hero screaming his name. Hey Broly, I'm the real Kakarot! The boys cheer for their fused father, but Piccolo points out all of this is pointless against a guy like Broly. Gohan adding he had assumed Vegito had a plan, but now he's unsure. Super Boo wondering what's going on also, pondering if the Potara fighter can see what makes Broly so unique. Surely he can. So why continue on like this if he's aware he can't win? Smirking, he calls out to the legendary warrior, knowing he wants some more. Electrified by his power, Goku notices Broly's ki just doubled. For the first time, Heat Vegeta shows fear, not realizing the legendary Super Saiyan had this kind of energy. However, the Kais are relieved. In their universe, they made the decision to terminate Broly while he was still a baby, Shin being against it at the time, but now understanding. West Kaioshin explaining they had studied the previous legendary Super Saiyan over 1,000 years ago. Once transformed, he also became completely resistant to attacks, and his power increased steadily and vastly with no sense of logic. Kaioshin of the North adding it was the three of them against him.
Hope everyone's
and the
having a
Saiyan
good
was
night.
still able to overwhelm the entire
Still in
group,
lobby waiting.
only succeeding by launching him into a star. But Broly here, the Kaioshin doesn't believe they'd even be able to budge. Vegito announces, happily mind you, that this is the first time since his fusion he'll have to use his full power. Vegeta stricken by the fact that the two of them alone contain more energy than everyone in the stadium put together. Continuing their gaze, Gohan mutters that he's never seen Vegito use Super Saiyan 2 before, not even during his training with Bra. The Vargas in the control booth realize Vegito can hold the brute for now, but they absolutely must figure out why their technology to send the beast back failed. Getting on it quickly, one finds out a few components have been fried. Replacing them should remedy the problem. Another barking at him to do so. Every second Broly remains here heightens the chances he will kill more innocent people. As the Namekian coldly utters, it's too late. Oob realizes their energy is managing to pierce the shield to protect the audience. Peering into the booth, they seem to have taken on some damage as well. Luckily, only a small portion of the attack breached the crowd's defenses. But for those injured, a Vargas rushes healers to assist right away. As the most mighty of warriors witness the battle, their hairs stand on end. Turning to his friend and mentor, Gohan makes sure Piccolo is doing okay, which he's fine. But, cutting off, Goku wonders out loud if the two of them survived that previous attack. Bra excited to find the power her father's been holding back from her. And we see why Goku lost the pair's key signatures. They've both been blasted hundreds of miles apart into the depths of space. Near the ring, Trunks helps as many spectators as he can. Then senses Broly, quickly making his way back to the arena. 16 alerting his power now exceeds Vegito's, who is not moving. Ever pompous, though not necessarily incorrect. Super Boo sarcastically congratulates Vegito on wearing himself down, wanting to play with his new toy. Now, Broly's back better than full force, and the fused fighter is exhausted. Realizing he's going to have to take the pleasure of ending this himself, and once Broly is dealt with, Vegito's next. Zipping back to the fight, to everyone's shock, it's become apparent Vegito is wounded. Piccolo thinking back to the last time he struggled in a fight, and he's at a loss. Since his inception, he's never taken damage in battle. As joyful as he can be, he thanks Broly for the match. In fact, this will probably be the toughest fight he'll ever have, but if his power increases too much more, it'll put too many people in danger. As the fighters of our universe wonder if it's too late to help. Showing to surpass Broly once more, Vegito powers to Super Saiyan 3. The ki irradiating from him causes everybody to slowly levitate, even though shielded by the ki barrier. The Vargas try to figure out what's going on, considering the planet itself could be moving, or possibly their artificial gravity is going awry. But one of them believes it's Vegito himself, as a sheer force has created a new center of gravity for the small world. Announcing to the crowd, they plan to increase the artificial gravity to counter what's going on. Trunks, as well as a few others, probably, can't wrap his head around the science taking place. Gohan simplifying that the energy itself is acting as an entire planet's physics would, and being so dense in nature exhibits characteristics of a black hole. Using a Final Flash Dragon Fist combo, Broly is thrown into the darkness of space. Powering down and taking a much-deserved breath of fresh air, Goku and Vegeta can't believe what they just witnessed. Shin and Buu also astonished by the finishing move. As most likely, the only ones around still thinking of the rules, the Vargas declare Vegito the winner by 30 count. His daughter almost appearing frustrated in his victory, like she's deterred, realizing his power. This causes even Cell to admit he doesn't stand a chance against a guy like that, and the entire Cold family break their jaws on the floor. Announcing another short intermission, just to make sure everyone is in good health, a quick break begins. Super Buu admitting that Vegito's show of strength is nothing he believed possible, but while everyone is preoccupied. Descending to rejoin his group, Namek questions if he'd like to be healed, but he doesn't think Namekian healing is enough for him anymore, but assuring he has senzu beans, so he'll be fine. In space, Super Buu attempts to track down Broly. Snarking, Kabuto Shin's teleportation is very useful. He senses out the energy of Vegito's attack, who shows to be keen to the Majin's plan, putting his fingers to his forehead and telling everyone to follow him. But, without explaining, this just confuses everyone, not even knowing where he went. Spotting the legendary warrior, Buu can't remember the last time he found someone so worthy of being absorbed, believing the Saiyan should feel honored. Now the only trick is freeing him from that ball of energy. Since sound can't travel in space, it appears Vegito communicates telepathically with his foe, stating he knew he was up to something. Buu demanding to know how he managed to find him, admitting he noticed the Majin teleport twice to get here. It wasn't even that hard, all he had to do is follow his own energy from the blast. Then utters, Buu is not permitted to attack the crazed warrior under the rules of the tournament, but he argues they're millions of miles from the arena. What rules do they have to adhere to? Vegito threatens he killed Buu once, and he'll do it again if necessary, but he won't allow him to absorb Broly. Laughing at the challenge, he points out, not only is Vegito wounded and depleted of energy, but he can't even breathe in space. In the control booth, the Vargas talk amongst each other, and we find out they're merely 5 minutes away from fixing their gear and sending that maniac back to his own realm. Appealing to our hero's competitive side, he urges he'd like a real fight, a real rematch, as Vegito can't even imagine the powers within him now. Just then, ever sneaky, Buu attempted to send a small piece of himself to absorb Broly, but Vegito saw through his scheme. However, Buu inquires if he can stop all these parts too. Appearing to know instant transmission as well, Brawl can't locate her father, Piccolo requesting she search specifically in the direction he's pointing, as that's where Broly was carried off to. Without either warrior returning, the Vargas go to announce the next match, 21, or XXI, of Universe 5, and Lumica from 10. And once again, given the entire 10th universe withdrew, it's an automatic forfeit. Bojack piffing that these stupid little birds haven't even realized the guy from Universe 5 dipped out too, scoffing the Vargas don't control anything that goes on here. Though, they do have their systems back up and operational. But as Brawl intensely tries to locate her father, will they be in time to stop Boo from becoming an even greater threat than Broly? Vegito, having his work cut out for him, does his best to prevent Super Boo from absorbing Broly, while dozens of Micro Boos beeline the legendary Super Saiyan's direction. They're stopped, as Gohan and Brawl stand in the way, the latter having taken notice that their father asking for help is not at all like him, realizing the severity of the situation. Walking out from the hallway, one of the Namekians believe they have healed all the injured, though mentions many of the spectators suffered from the light emitted by Vegito. To offset future mishaps, it might be a good idea to give the arena a daylight luminosity, to which the Vargas will see what they can do, just as Boo scoffs that the cavalry has arrived. Thinking to himself, or possibly to his allies here, he tells his children they've done a good job and should be able to hold out until Broly is warped back to his own realm. On the planetoid, Raditz points out that the lighting seems to have gotten brighter, Nappa responding offbeat, "Super! Let's leave! What the heck are you saying, Nappa? We're nothing here! Even you'll be crushed by that monster, Vegeta!" 16 turning to Trunks, inquiring if he'd like to throw in the towel as well, but he never figured he'd make it far anyway, so technically nothing has changed for him. While Babidi stays as cocky as ever behind his bubbly shield that's Majin Buu, believing his creature can still do better than those two freaks. But by the looks of it. Then checking in on the Cold family, even Frieza knows how outclassed they are. But their plan all along has been to obtain the Dragon Balls. Nothing more, nothing less. So whether or not that comes by traditional means is irrelevant. The lone Namekian respects the infinite strength showcased before him. Alas, he has his own wish to make, and nothing can come between him and that. Bojack is undeterred as well, though Zenya feels otherwise, informing they can find her in the spectators area. Cat's universe unwavered, but not for a show of confidence. It's because everyone here seems crazy strong anyway. The Kai is already planning what to do after the tournament ends, determining it's too dangerous to keep this link open between all the universes. The sooner they can close the connection, the better. And wisely, the boys try to weasel their way out as well, but knowing their fathers, the wise route isn't exactly the road most traveled, and they intend to enforce that philosophy on him. Oob seeking the guidance of his mentor. If he understands just how outmatched they are, why press on? Goku argues that's the challenge. Surely they'll meet Vegito in the finale, and there's no doubt they'll improve along the way. Thinking, Vegeta knows he shouldn't be surprised that their fused counterpart is stronger than he and Goku, but by this much is ridiculous. Though frustrated, listening in, Cell foreshadows many things can happen on the way to the finals. And with the Saiyan biology, he can only trust his next fights get more and more intense. The tougher, the better. Merely hoping these fools can give him a proper challenge when the time comes. Turning to Piccolo, Goten worries about
Alright guys,
Vegito,
match
Brawl,
start
and
in 2
Gohan,
minutes.
as they still haven't returned from wherever they are. Piccolo bringing up, it's also nearly impossible to sense them, with all these incredible energies surrounding the area. Without further delay, number 18 from Universe 14 against Yamcha of Universe 9. Krillin questioning his longtime friend, who has aged much better by the way, if he also ended up choosing to forfeit. As arrogant as ever, he tells the old man to do what he wants, but he himself plans to fight to the end. Getting up to his lady killer ways, Yamcha playfully asks if 18 can just surrender now, as he doesn't want to hit a girl. However, he would love to take her out for a drink later, piffing at his offer. With breakneck speed, the Wolfang warrior's right in her face, blurting, "Now I'm sure of it!" Striking again only for her opponent to evade. He continues, deducing she doesn't release energy when she attacks. And her name is a number, she must be an artificial human. And the serious look on his face spells he knows much more about the androids than you'd initially suspect. His detective work even shocking 18 herself, but responds, "Yeah, so what?" Reaching out his hand, he comments that she must have suffered terribly, probably even forgot what her real name was, pleading to let him help her. But we know Yamcha's greatest power is rejection. Continuing to blast the surrounding area, she yells that she's killed more people than he can imagine, and she doesn't need anybody. But effortlessly dodging, he assures that he can read the grief on her face, suggesting she regrets the
Yeah, another W.
Can you hear me? It's Trunks. I've set a super time machine, as well as a crate of supplies. Here's how to launch. Find the power keys, then place them in the right spots.
Someone save me! Thanks.
It's not them. They're in below.
You found a power key. Go slot it.
You're a big help.
Hey, great! You found another power key.
come on!
Use it quick.
That was intense.
Great! You know what to do with that key.
You're done! You?
Great! You found another power key. Use it quick. Oh no! The super transfer was stolen. I'll get another one out right away.
I'm in
Just
trouble.
Keep it together until then.
I should be safe now, right?
I sent another super transfer. Take it and survive this. Access the startup system from the central
You good
area.
now?
Just a little
I
more
owe
to
you
go.
one.
Then you're done.
Flying Nimbus!
The startup system is under attack. Stop it if you can, but retreat if you need to. Got it? The startup system's under attack. It's dangerous, so tread carefully if you want to get closer. Ally down! If you intend to rescue them, watch out for enemies. An ally needs your help. You don't know what danger awaits. Think before rushing in. I'll send some supplies to help.
did my best, guys.
Flying Nimbus!
Holy hell.
Do this. You good now?
I owe you one.
You got the W.
What the? All the preposterous. Damn it all!
Massacres, but is afraid to admit it. In constant pain of not remembering her own past, and he knows the suffering all too well. Finally biting, she snaps, asking what he would know about it. In a twist, Yamcha reveals that he's a cyborg too, and used to be called Number 17. Away, 4 mini-boos have found themselves to Broly.
Well done, my friends. Here we are. We finally entered into enemy territory, putting our own lives at risk. Yes! Okay, let's surround this guy. Yeah! Yay!
Gohan with the save right in time, to the disappointment of Super Buu. Our hero can only wonder how much longer the Vargas are going to take to send Broly back. And sure enough, it seems everything is ready to make just that happen. Though one argues what the point is. After all, he's on the other side of the universe by now. Brawl desperately needing to take a breath. She can't stand it anymore. Refusing to die here, she decides to power up to the next level, though her brother and father warn against it. Vegito even reminding he's forbidden her from doing so previously. Trying to look at the bright side, Gohan thinks at least there isn't much for her to break out here. Buu taking a particular interest in the girl's power. Appearing to be Super Saiyan 2. Using one of her father's techniques, the teeny boos know they're in trouble now. Taking aim at the minis around Vegito and Gohan. Her brother shouts for her to stop. Realizing what she's possibly done, her little foe is cackling at the potential, but believing she'll never be able to get all of them. Worried for her family, she returns to normal. Coughing she again, cutting off. Vegito appears completely void of life. Gohan taking a savage beating as well. With no one left to stop him, Super Buu decides it's mealtime. But he's gone, as the Namek took control over the situation, taking it upon himself to send Broly back where he came from, though the Vargas continue to argue who would really care if the beast were to stay or not. Returning to space, Gohan tries to snap his sister out of her daze, announcing they're heading back. Filling their lungs with precious oxygen, Vegito opens his eyes, weakly uttering, everything's gonna be okay. Piccolo has the Senzus and will find him soon. But Super Buu may not give him the chance. Powering back up, most of our heroes don't even have the strength to transform. Growing a devilish grin, Buu congratulates him on a battle well fought, assuring he had a wonderful time. Turning tail, he chimes he's really looking forward to facing him at their best in the future, causing Vegito to wonder, was he really trying to absorb Broly? Grabbing up on those magic healing beans, the fused warrior thanks Piccolo, who offers to fix up his gi as well. And as the fight continues, 18 is persistent that it means nothing Yamcha is a cyborg too, though completely confident she'll never lay a finger on him, refusing to strike back, as Yamcha, even saying so to 18, is a real fighter. He uses actual technique, and he's learned to push the limits of his body rather than take for granted what was given. Then informing, 18 has become much less powerful with time, as infinite energy is nothing more than a myth. Furthering, he states the energy of androids deteriorates with time. As the years passed, she's gotten weaker and weaker without even realizing it, and if she doesn't do a maintenance check on her body within 10 years, she won't even be able to walk. Her brother looking on speechless. Bringing the cyborg to a knee, he questions again if she's willing to accept his help. Vegito returning to his group, he asks what he missed, and is excited as you'd expect. The boys are stoked to see this Yamcha as a cyborg. Our Vegeta comments on how their universal counterparts seem to have gone for quite a trip. Goku recognizing immediately, Boo had to have had something to do with it. Cell taking note, if they fight far from the arena, nobody sees a thing. Unofficial comments, if Yamcha pins 18 for 13 more seconds, he will be declared the winner. Though on the ground with her arm locked, she appears reluctant to surrender. Even as Yamcha continues his persuasions, he's on her side. She shouts he will not beat her, but he claims he doesn't care about winning. All he wants to do is help her. As the Vargas makes his count down to 3, Yamcha gives up. Releasing her and standing, he suggests she have her fun in this tournament, but when she's ready, come and see him on the 9th balcony. Krillin scoffing, a sucker of a friend will always fall for a girl with a beautiful pair of eyes. Tien pointing out how incapable he is of making it past the first round. Rejoining, he apologizes to his allies, deciding he'd rather save 2 lost souls than eventually get pulverized in the ring. And for the first time all day, it seems 18's emotional barrier has a crack. We're then introduced to a strange universe in Universe 2, and if you're familiar with, you probably already know. The next fight is set to feature a Raleigh of this realm, and Mary Sue, also of the second universe. The latter hailing from the Orion Star, where she mastered all martial arts and speaks every known language. Descendants of Saiyan princesses, blood sister of the Nameks, hidden daughter of Broly, Bardock, and King Vegeta. Sister of Bulma, fused with her double from the future, genetically altered with an IQ of 250. She's also immortal, can talk to animals and enter dreams. This elaborate introduction causes one of the hosting aliens to question what that was all about, who doesn't even know himself. It just kind of happened. Our Trunks, Brawl, and Vegeta seemingly completely enamored by her. Gohan and Pan, not so much. Though, the young girl fairly questions how she can have 3 fathers, angelically praising herself for closing her eyes when the lifeforms here created the moon, as she would have transformed into a giant Ozaru Dragon Octopus Platypus. Her, who hates violence, but must fight to save her doomed people, her friends in prison, and her evil interdimensional double, the one of the prophecy, the promise she made, and the baby of Trunks, Piccolo, Goten, and Vegeta she bears within her womb. Such a beautiful voice! Such a dreadful destiny! I give my life for her! Bear my child! Shut up, Kakarot! With Arale ready for the battle to begin. Don't miss the adventures of Mary Sue in the next Dragon Ball Multiverse. Mary Sue continues on with her overly generic heroine prattle, pleading to the universe that she must win, as the Dragon Balls are her only hope, praying the goddess helps her in this fight. As a few of you in the comments guessed, or possibly spoiled, Arale puts an end to this nonsense immediately. Though, still under her influence, Vegeta and Trunks aren't too happy about this, with the prince barking expletives at the disbelief anyone could hit such an innocent girl, his son in tears how he failed to protect her. But still, being unconscious for 30 seconds, the little robot hailing from Penguin Village is announced the winner. With the girls of Universe 6, Zenya still away from Bojack, Cat wonders, that fight was a little too easy for this Arale girl, and she herself is one to talk, her ally agreeing. As the announcer continues to gawk, he pulls himself back together long enough to read the next contestants. Gotenks from Universe 16 and Gotenks from Universe 18. Though one of the Trunks rebukes, that is a huge waste of such charisma, the Vargas beckoning him to the ring. Brawl happily scoffing they get rid of this moron as soon as possible, apparently not being the biggest fan of the fusion. A bit puzzled, the tournament host wonders what they're waiting for. Alas, shouting for all to hear. Before your very eyes, a universal first, the greatest warrior of all the universes, the idol to all girls, regardless of their home planet. Gotenks the Magnificent! And It would appear having his speech mirrored dampens its effect. Brawl doubling down on her hatred for the over-the-top warrior, wanting to eliminate the both of them immediately. But in our universe, Pan cheers him on. Though, upon the other Brawl asking which one, even she's lost track of who's who. I'm gonna surprise him by transforming right now! This is the end for you, pale copy! Impossible! Looking in, Goku's baffled at the fact both fighters do the exact same thing. Vegeta, not so awe-stricken. Annoyed, actually. Their power is gigantic, and they don't deserve a single bit of it. His rival agreeing to a certain degree, stating it's crazy how strong they've managed to get without really training. Being adults now, the power of the fusion has only grown since their initial battle with Majin Buu. Though, the Super Saiyan 3 state doesn't last but more than a minute, catching Gotenks off guard. Thinking, Vegito sighs that's the hard truth of the third level. It saps a lot of power really fast. Now since the kids are no longer kids, they use even more power. The stronger you are, the less the transformation holds out. In the booth, turning to his comrade, Varga questions if he's also annoyed this fighter's head feathers keep changing colors, though it's no more frustrating than their flat faces. Retaining his arrogance, Gotenks figures it's no matter. In the end, he will win whether Super Saiyan or no. But Vegito commentates that they must have used so much energy, the fusion itself could no longer remain intact. Brawl-lated, they'll be eliminated for cheating. The judge a bit speechless, as the boys look towards their partners not knowing what to do. The Varga comments on what an incredible turn of events this is. Each warrior has split into a pair. Brawl now offended they aren't disqualified after all. Her father reasoning they technically didn't break any rule. It was agreed one fighter would enter the ring. Even if they are two now, they followed that guideline. Though the judges, conferring with one another, do find it odd these resulting duos look so much different than their original contestant. The other, though, not being able to tell one primate from another. After 84,875 identical strikes, the fight seemed like it would never come to an end. One Trunks finally getting the advantage, rushing to go 2-on-1 versus Goten. He doesn't know which one is which. Kind of fed up himself, one of them utters for Trunks to reveal his universe, and they can just take the victory. Turning out to be our 18th, finally bringing this farce of a battle to an end. Announcing it formally, it seems one of the birds believed the boys splitting into a pair was a technique to gain an advantage, rather than their initial plan going wrong. Anyway, the next match will consist of Romanesco from the defunct Universe 10 and Neko Majin of 2. So yet again, the remaining group wins by default. But entering the ring regardless, Beelzebub inquires what Neko is doing. Grunting he was called to fight, the demon clarifies he doesn't have to do anything. His opponent forfeit. Showing similar intelligence to the childlike Majin Buu, the cat shouts he will not flee, even against a forfeit. His ally snipping that's the point, he doesn't have to fight. This then ushers Xenolome from the 19th and Super Buu of 4, the tech-based fighters ready to get back in the arena. Oob bewildered, wondering why they haven't thrown in the towel as a whole. Stepping up to Earth's hero, they've had enough of Oob showing off, who can only profusely apologize for what he did to their teammate, though he did cut off his arm. Getting serious, Oob asks if they've even seen the powers of the others. Their armor is cool and all, but it won't suffice for cutting off. They scoff at the mention of their armor. In fact, they even argue Oob doesn't understand anything, and he hasn't seen their real equipment, questioning if he's noticed they've changed their attire. Originally, the group didn't believe they'd need the war armor for a mere tournament, but since the fighters here are well above the frost demons they're accustomed to, they requested authorization to use Ultra equipment, having a Varga send the message to their hierarchy. Goku, turning to Piccolo, asks what a frost demon is. Vegeta explaining, Frieza, Cooler, Cold, etc. They're all final representatives of that particular species. Back to Group 19. One chuckles. The geezers are always slow to decide, but it's all good now, and we'll be able to fight for real. Gohan states he's happy for him, but surely he knows most of the people around here are way stronger than Frieza. Scoffing strength is nothing, and he or any of his allies would have easily destroyed that Broly guy everybody was trembling over with a single strike. Though Gohan is unconvinced, inquiring if he even saw how invincible he was. Still smug, the stranger continues to believe how strong he may have been. It would have all been useless against his ally talking over him, urging he not reveal their weapons, and instead watch Xenolome's fight. Boo asks the Majin if he's ready. Apologizing, Boo admits he was listening to the fascinating conversation going on below, but encourages his foe to attack when ready. After all, the fight has already begun. Easily putting himself back together, it's just as Xenolome thought. This Boo has the same powers as the other. The announcer in shock, he managed to effortlessly cut through one of the arena spikes. In fact, 100% of the energy pierced their shields. If this warrior isn't careful, he could easily kill many of the spectators. Firing a small ball of ki, Boo mocks, "You're such a cute one. What's your little name?" Piccolo lauding this fighter, as that ball of energy was so condensed, it most likely could eliminate even a Super Saiyan 2. Universe 19 is no joke after all. Their technology is really something to be trifled with. Dubbing that last attack Farewell Boo, he actually apologizes to his opponent, not wanting to kill him, but he saw no other solution. Getting a better view, the blast took a sizable chunk out of the arena. But we know Boo all too well to think this is the end. Reforming, Boo grits that armor is pretty cool, so he'll be taking it now, snapping his fingers. The battlesuit doesn't magically fly off as the Majin was expecting. A little embarrassed, Boo admits this is a first. Xenolome realizing his foe tried to use psychic powers to remove his tech, but explains their systems are protected against such tricks. So in that case, looking on, the Z-Fighters worry he's going to be absorbed. But coming out, luckily at least in his shorts, the coveted Ultra Armor is all the Fiend sought. A little dazed, Boo tells the warrior he will study it peacefully. And taking a nap for longer than 30 seconds, the match comes to an end. The 19th group furious, not only did they lose, but the very moment they get access to the Ultra Armor, it gets stolen, knowing they must find some way to get it back. Though his teammate urging he calm himself, only Xenolome's cerebral waves can make it work. This Majin Buu character won't be able to do anything with it. The others only hoping so. If not, the Pink Warrior just got extremely dangerous. Boo himself laughing. Dangerous? Only now? You're funny. Vegeta chuckling that precious gear of theirs really came in handy. But Piccolo knows, this group is much more powerful than the prince may think. They were merely unlucky to go against Boo so early. Goku knowing not to underestimate their weapons. Unlike Boo, most of them can't regenerate. The boys continuing to do what boys do, mocking, "Phooey, these weren't our real war armors! Yes! We're going to put on our Giga Ultra Armor! With them, we destroy Boo in one strike!" Leaving at least a couple of Universe 19's fighters a tad aggravated. Though, a real question must be asked. What kind of effects will non-organic material have on Super Boo, if and when he's able to overcome the cerebral barriers? Getting grumpier than usual, Vegeta growls, ready for this current round to be over. He wants his next turn already. Gohan nudges it's actually far from ending. Continuing his banter, he feels like they've been waiting around for 2 years already. And so, the next match is announced. Ten Shinhan from Universe 9, and Sun Wukong of 2, who shines. At last, the greatest hero of them all gets to fight. While the human takes his place in the ring, the Monkey King chorts if his opponent is too afraid to attack. Though, Tien merely explains, Mr. Wukong must touch down in the ring for the match to start. Ever the trickster, he pulls something out of his ear, extending it into a powerful pull of some kind, before guiding it to the arena's floor, proving it indeed to possess special powers. Snickering, the fight can now be... The Z-Warrior taking advantage of the monkey's arrogance, quickly making a Pac-Man out of a nearby planetoid. Trunks shocked Tien could manage that kind of power, but Vegeta has a descending claim. These nearby worlds are nothing more than gaseous bodies, but even if they were full-blown terrestrial planes, it still wouldn't be all too impressive. Resolving to his pole of powers yet again, he increases it to the size of a skyscraper, laughing his Niobe can take any length he wants, and is so heavy, only he himself can move it. Even retaining this confidence as Tien causes a rumble from far below, who proves not to be overwhelmed. With only using one arm, he raises it dozens of feet above the ground. Now growing frustrated, Wukong takes a few hairs from his head, blowing them at his opponent, as they become several Monkey King clones. Proving to be too much for his foe, Tien is announced the winner. Though Sun Wukong argues he's not finished yet. In fact, he was just now starting to develop a strategy. Though Tien warns he not try to bend the rules, as he definitely regret it. Aggravated, the Monkey King scurries off, noting how freaky it is this guy looks just like Buddha. Now, Xenia of 6 and Sun Brawl from 16. But didn't Bojack's crony throw in the towel? Trunks piffing at Sun Brawl, Goten reminds him she's his sister too. As Vegito's daughter realizes who her opponent is, she's elated to see it's Bojack's girlfriend or something, and couldn't be more stoked, ready to make her suffer and get retribution for Pan. But her father steps in, requesting a 2-minute reprieve to the judge. Granted, they enter the facility to get some privacy. Finding a room, Vegito requests Brawl take a seat, explaining he forbids her to hurt or kill this Xenia fighter. She is to crush her with a single strike, without any unnecessary violence. Slamming the table, Brawl quarrels it's Bojack's girlfriend. Now is the perfect chance to... Speaking again, her father finishes her sentence, stating it's the perfect chance for her to train her resistance to anger, pressing she got carried away again while in space. Rebutting that anger saved their lives, Vegito stands for them to leave, thanking her for the save, and she was awesome fighting Majin Buu. But it's still proof of her greatest weakness. She doesn't have the ability to use her full power without destroying everything nearby. She needs to learn better self-control, urging his daughter to do her best in the fight or face expulsion from the tournament. And as we thought, Xenia scuffles with Bojack, chiding she's already given up. But her leader begs to differ, as there are no cowards in Bojack's gang, none that are still alive at least. Taking her place, she figures on the positive side. Her opponent is just a kid. Rushing in, Brawl is roaring to go. Mocking, Xenia scoffs that she thought her foe ran away, asking if she's ready to be finished off like her little friend. Ugh, bad start. Incredible! Is she stronger than us too? Without even transforming, Brawl holds back as much as reasonably possible and manages to end the fight with a single blow. However, Xenia is pronounced dead by the Namekian healer. Looking at the ground, she tells her father she did everything she could, who understands. Comforting his child, he admits he knows she didn't intend for things to go that way, and she's passed her self-control test. As cold as ever, Bojack tells the staff that his group isn't a morgue and to take that useless meatbag somewhere else. Brawl annoyed he doesn't even care about his girl, though Gohan mentions he's not so sure that they're an item. In fact, he remembers him killing her in their universe just to distract him. His sister frustrated he only mentions this now. Next match, a lame from 19, an android 16 of 12. Excited to see his partner didn't give up. 16 reminds, this tournament is also about giving proper respect to their opponents. So once again, we get to see what the god-tier tech fighters have to offer. Interestingly enough, against a full-blown robot. Immediately detecting 16 is not an organic life form, he decides there's no reason to go easy. Using what he calls an ultra wafer ball, the android knows if that attack touches him, he's dead. Believing his foe has no choice but to duck. When that happens, he'll be even more of a target. Taking off his hands. "16 notices this armor is greatly resistant to all attacks. But his strikes and speed, these people are also phenomenal warriors. Elaine believes he sees his chance to take the advantage. Standing on the robot, he points out the gravity seems to be rising dramatically. The tech warrior explains his anti-G technology allows him to float, but can also increase the weight of anything he touches, claiming our cybernetic friend to now be at his mercy. Screaming, his Ultra Waver will melt 16 where he lies. Turning to his ally, he can only apologize to Trunks, hoping the Dragon Balls will have compassion for a robot like him. The time traveler shouting for him to just give up, as it isn't worth it. Though Elaine wonders why he's hesitating. This is just a walking computer after all. Piccolo bringing up, Trunks should know the Dragon Balls did not resurrect 16 in their realm. Gohan only hoping he taps out. Bellowing for his robot adversary to surrender, 16 again merely utters his goodbyes to Trunks, telling he's happy to have been his friend. Sweating, 16's foe scoffs that he may have a friend, but if having their wish means shooting a man while he's down, he will do it. Smiling, 16 says, there it is. The robot has become a man in his eyes now. Elaine is not heartless. He combines compassion and duty, further stating he's not worried anymore, and Universe 19 is in good hands, finally giving up. The tech fighter confused. Why would anyone risk their life for, what, a lesson? As he's officially given the victory. With the 19th finally getting their first win, one takes the time to brag to Goku in the neighboring group, who initially gives him the satisfaction, before bringing up 16 really isn't that tough, by their current standards at least, leaving him a little deflated. Without a second of downtime, King Cold from Universe 8 is announced as the next contestant versus Videl of Universe 9. Getting a closer look, this Videl seems to have had a bit of a rougher life than the one we're familiar with. And Gohan seemingly getting a much closer look is scolded by his wife, catching him mid-ogle, as the Galactic King himself stoically gets ready for battle. Unintimidated by her foe, her particular weapon of choice catches the eye of the Kaioshins, as it's none other than the sacred Z-Sword, leaving them mystified how a mere human would be able to draw such a blade. Taking note, Cold knows, if the highest of gods are astounded, he should tread carefully, and after witnessing the abundance of power at this tournament, he can't stay in his restricted state. Switching to what we know as Frieza's third, or Xenomorph form, Cooler feels it's about time their father got serious, aghast at his unbarred energy. Trunks realizing, had he let this guy transform back on Earth, it probably would have been quite a different battle. Videl, showing to maybe not be the ace in the hole as it initially seemed, is having extreme issues raising the sword from the dirt, as the increased gravity is simply too much, not to mention the weight of the blade itself. As the Frost Demon approaches, she looks up at him, bluntly stating she's always dreamed of fighting his kind herself, shouting, Kaioken! Making the most out of being human, Videl seems to have mastered King Kai's technique. The Kais talk amongst each other how unusual the situation is, as this woman is a lot weaker than a Kaioshin, but could still draw the sword. Another theorizing that the blade was never meant to be appropriated by a Kaioshin. Perhaps it was made to name a hero from the lower realms. And having both the Z-Sword and knowing the Kaioken, it's almost undoubtable Videl has spent some time in Otherworld. Tapion, one to talk, just feels that sword irradiating with heroism, asking his teammates if they think so too. But Dr. Raichi could care less. Turning to his partner in the shadows, he passes on the previous inquiry, stating he's grumpier than usual since this tournament started. Not able to see his face, the figure also doesn't care. The other humans compliment their comrade on her agility, able to use the blade to keep distance, but not finding herself over-encumbered by its weight. As if he had Kashin in his knuckles, Cold breaks the Z-Sword with a single punch. Videl and the Kai is horrified by this turn of events, but Goku knows what's coming next. While it puts Videl at a great disadvantage, at least Old Kai is finally free from his prison, his fellow Otherworld inhabitants gawking with incredulity. And amidst the action going on, the geezer gets less than a warm welcome. Creepily sneering behind the smoke, Cold leers. His foe is a stubborn young lady, but he's begun to get bored with this fight. Videl knows. It's almost like he's taken 0 damage so far and hasn't even started going all out, admitting to herself she can't win. And, out of nowhere, Old Kai is just the right height to do a little Roshi stuff, causing the girl to question where he even came from. Figuring out what's going on themselves, the officials become aware this new guy emerged from the Broken Sword, so he'll be allowed to participate alongside the Universe 9 fighter. Relaying this information to the audience, the Galactic King decides to end the both of them in his original form. The Frost Demon brothers speaking amongst each other. Frieza has never seen his father in his final form in person. Cooler only once, when he was pregnant with Frieza. Noting he had such little self-control, the entire planet they were on was destroyed while birthing him. Exclaiming, with blatant honesty, she's screwed. The Elder doesn't believe that to be the case, as he informs her he has the ability to raise her power exponentially, even more so than her silly opponent here, but only if she agrees to. Shouting before he can get in another word, she immediately agrees to whatever the terms are. The Kaioshin of the North deducing he must be the great Kaioshin from long ago, the one who disappeared around the same time the legend of the Z-Sword began. Beginning the ritual, Videl notices Cold will probably be ready to fight again soon, questioning how long this is expected to take. With an uncanny grin, the old-timer says, for her potential, about 10 hours. So unfortunately, it won't do much for this battle. Growling for the pair to come at him, Videl wisely decides it isn't worth it and gives up the match. The Kaioshin frustrated that she just needs to be a little patient is all. Giving up some insight, Piccolo believes, if his memory serves correct, neither Trunks from the future or Goku would have been able to take on Cold had he managed to transform during his time on Earth. Not this version at least. Explaining he is vastly stronger than his sons now. Presently, he's much closer to Android 17 and 18, maybe even 16. Still standing a mile taller than his children, who are actually cowering before him. Cooler inquires if he can fully control himself in this state, but their senior quips, the two of them can handle their true forms, right? Rejoining her allies, she introduces the Kaioshin as their group's guest, Tien showing the proper respect while Yamcha is about as nonchalant as Goku. The next bout is soon announced. Bardock from Universe 3 and Raditz of 13. Raichi finding familiarity in at least one of those names. Tapion looking over his shoulder asking, "Oh, so that's your name?" Seems to be. The primal weakling Pan easily took care of. Wasn't the only Bardock here today. Rather hostile, the Doctor points to the Saiyan shouting,
You! What do you expect? Revenge? Don't make me laugh! I'll slaughter you!
With no direct context, we can possibly assume this attitude comes from the history between the Tuffles and the Saiyans. The Vargas listening in, trying to get to the bottom of this discourse as well, wondering why Raichi is surprised. One explaining they found Bardock first, and he requested they keep his identity hidden, even from his own group. Responding to his teammates' threats, he scoffs that isn't going to happen. Not only because Raichi is a weak excuse for a Tuffle, but the Saiyan already knows who the Doctor is going to lose to. As the result of a mission to Kanasa gone wrong, he can now see events of a time that have yet to take place. In the ring, father and son greet each other, the Elder elaborating, in his universe, they would call him Weakling Raditz, and he died at the first given opportunity. Grunting this Bardock is the same from his own realm, a failed father, proud to be born to the lower class, but managed to reach the elite. Even still, had nothing but disgust for his two sons, claiming he was only weak because of him, barking his hatred for his father. Today, he will finally have his revenge, as his power is eons past any of Frieza's elite, or even the Ginyu Force, believing he can squish his dad with a mere finger. Growing a smirk, Raditz realizes he's, yet again, in over his head, admitting he was certainly a lousy father, but since gaining visions of the future, he's changed a lot, seeing the error of his ways and how barbaric the Saiyan people were. Though he warns his son, he doesn't plan to pull any punches, giving him the chance to give up now, if he'd like. Although, his son assures that won't be necessary. Hearing a clicking noise, Raditz explains he's honed a special technique. He's able to form Blutz waves in his eyes, just enough needed to transform. Not only that, but he has also managed complete self-control while in this state. bellowing there isn't even a full moon for his father to use for himself, or destroy to stop this state. But we know Bardock is much too smart of a warrior to be overtaken by such tactics, though he does give his son credit. If he had this ability in his own universe, they'd have won against Raichi, signifying his grudge with the Tuffle goes further than mere history among their peoples. Proving to be much more powerful than expected, Raditz sends his father flying, and while on the ground, Bardock begins to get a vision.
It's not the Earth that's in danger.
I'll kill you all if I have to!
It's not the universe either.
For all Piffy, no one can stop her father. Most certainly, not you. Before Piccolo exclaims, all of the universes
We got 7
are
out of 8.
risk.
Just need one more.
This masquerade ends now.
Captain Ginyu isn't dead then.
I don't care about these people.
I'm sure we'll get along well. How?
Stop.
Having enough of his foresight, Bardock quickly puts an end to the match, as to not risk further injury. He and Raichi eyeballing each other as the Saiyan returns to his group. Hopping atop his brother, Kakarot mocks, Raditz couldn't even make it past the first round. The down to Zaru only blurting for a sibling to shut up and close his left eye, as he can't seem to unlight the Blutz waves. While cleanup ensues, the officials usher Akira Toriyama from Universe 2 and Raichi from 3.
Guess I'm up.
But aren't you the author?
Yep, I have complete control over my own characters. I'm sure to win.
That sounds like cheating.
You want me to make you tap dance?
While the Supreme Creator appears to be going through drawings, Beelzebub has a fair question. This Raichi guy, is he really one of his characters? When Toriyama suddenly remembers, no, he actually didn't create that one. Resolving he's too old for this stuff anyway, he surrenders before the match can begin. Salinger and Gogeta Jr. eagerly rushing up for autographs. Pulling out a tablet, the Toribot asks why he doesn't just use paper like everyone else. Regardless, the pair get their signature, but being kanji, they're not even 100% sure what it says. Anyway, Raichi is declared victorious and connects at the ring. Summoning the next contestants, Sid of 6 and Vegeta from 13. Initially alerting the judges she forfeits,
Rest in peace.
her teammate urges she wait, telling her to use her power. Upon asking why, it seems Universe 6 is developing a plan, wanting to get Bojack to think Sid is the most powerful of their group. Happy with the idea, she vows to blow their minds. The little guy hearing everything, but is gonna keep his mouth shut. And, in an awkward silence, Sid looks for a volunteer to carry her to the ring. Airdropping her into the ring, Sid thanks her Namekian helper. But upon feeling the gravity of the fighting area, things only look worse for her. Already being on the ground, Vegeta asks if she'd like to forfeit, or just be left alone there for 30 seconds. As Sid's eyes begin to sparkle, it becomes obvious this is what she was expecting all along. Vegeta starts to smoke as his foe rises to her feet, looking much more buff than before. And Vegeta, Vegeta, has gone from prince to princess. Sid reveals her power to swap genders with her opponent, and now their strength should be about equal, believing even if they are at the same power. Now, Vegeta's in a body completely foreign to him, not to mention the psychological impact. But Sid himself, is completely used to this, bidding the princess farewell. Scoffing, psychological impact? Is that a joke? Vegeta couldn't care less what gender he is. Kicking his foe, he laughs that it's always the same with these magician types. One little trick and they think they've won. Grabbing Sid by the hair, demanding she return him to his usual state, as he'll need it to face his real opponents. In compliance, with both back to normal, Sid cries the gravity hurts, but Vegeta assures she won't feel it for long. As he vaporizes the helpless fighter and is declared the winner, coming to great pain to the Magic Warriors group, losing their friend. On a lighter side, Trunks grins his dad would make a real pretty mother, much to his disapproval. Over the PA, it's announced the next fight will be Gast Karkle from Universe 7 and Cell Jr. of 17, leaving Gohan to wonder, who? As the mysterious lone Namekian dashes to the fighting area. Turning to an official, Cell informs he and his spawn need a minute, telling the little one his opponent is too powerful, so he'll need to increase his strength. The Varga knowing this is against the rules, but he's not going to be the one to tell him. Happily rushing into the private area, Cell knows, here, the walls are soundproof, and their key should be blocked from being read, as his child eagerly questions how he's going to make him stronger. He kills his own offspring, merely birthing a new one, giving it as much power as he could. Waltzing back outside, Gohan simply wonders what they have possibly done, while Vegito and Shin aren't fooled, knowing full well that isn't the same Cell Jr. Immediately rushing his foe. Cell can only smack himself on the head. Before the judges announce, Cell Jr. is disqualified for attacking prior to the match beginning. The boys pointing out he didn't bother touching the ring itself, leaving it to Gas to decide the fate of this battle. Super Buu shouting, "Come, Master Namek! Vargas gentlemen! You will give him a second chance, won't you?" The crowd also bellowing in protest, wanting an actual fight from these two. South Supreme Kai calling this farce unacceptable, as Cell and his Mini-Me continue to break the rules. West figuring it's really up to the Namekian to decide. Who declares the fight will continue? Trunks trembling at the timbre of the warrior's voice. Bothering to actually touch down this time, the Vargas announce the fight officially begins now. Powering up, even Goku comments that this gas guy is really something. Vegeta believing Cell betrayed himself with his most recent creation, as he gave it far more power than he knew. And with a shot through the head, it seems Cell Jr. won't be regenerating from this one. As Vegito infers, the attack hit the primary core of the bio-android's brain. Gohan in shock didn't know of such a thing. Gast exits the ring and is named the winner. The fused fighter chiding Cell, assuring him not to worry, as he'll be resurrected at the end of the tournament, unless he decides to hatch a dozen others beforehand. While in the booth, with a beaky smile, we've reached the last match of round 1. Raichi ushering out the next fighter from his group, as we discover Demon King Piccolo as one of the contestants. He'll be facing Beelzebub of Universe 2, Paifu wanting to get an autograph from the both of them. Though, the other demon scoffs at his foe calling himself Demon King, as he knows the King of Demons, and he doesn't look a thing like this, yelling this man will pay for pretending to be his father. Dabura taking a liking to the kid, hoping to one day have a son like him, as Babidi wonders how he managed to heal. A little shy to tell, Buu chimes in, saying he got candy in return. The wizard spouting, "You idiots! You created those sweets yourself for lunch!" In the ring, King Piccolo stands in disbelief his foe is this little imp, who yells back in response, arguing this guy isn't a demon at all. He's one of those Nam things, like some of the organizers. But himself, on the other hand, is a real demon. When the devilish child realizes he's gotten a lot heavier since landing on this ball. Continuing, he bets Piccolo here doesn't even act like a demon, as Beelzebub tells of times he was given chocolates and didn't bother sharing. What's more, he ate them just before dinner time. His Koa counterpart elated to find such a monster. Though, we know the dreaded Demon King Piccolo has committed much worse atrocities, telling he's killed millions of people, making the son of the real Demon King look like Winnie the Pooh, inquiring if this guy's out of his mind.
Crazy? No, just pure evil! Not bad, but as this attack would have surely killed you, it doesn't even affect me.
And with a swift kick, the evil Namekian puts an end to his opponent. But lucky for him, at least he comes out alive, as one of the good Nameks rushes over to give aid to the boy. Paifu still patting his
Wait, I've seen this.
Let the Carnival of Terror begin.
Give me the Dragon Balls.
I don't have any.
If you don't have them, then I have no need for them. Give me the Dragon Balls.
I have none.
Eradicate them! Where are the Dragon Balls?
You're asking the wrong person.
You are a fool! Where are the Dragon Balls?
There's no clue what that is.
You are a fool! Where are the Dragon Balls?
I don't know what you mean.
You are a fool!
can't do this!
Let the girl out! Get away from me! After it! Make me immortal!
Now, state your... consider it done.
I made you a promise, didn't I? I said you would experience a dread like no other.
I will not tolerate failure. I will not tolerate failure.
Wait, I've seen this one somewhere before. Yes, I'm certain. I made you a promise, didn't I? I said you would experience a dread like no other.
You're no match for me.
New idol on the back, believing he did a great job in the ring. As good as a super demon even, as it's really evil to snack between meals. To which, at least Beelzebub finds solace in. Announcing the end of the first round, an official offers his congratulations to all the challengers. Elaborating, there will now be a 12-hour break, to which the fighters can eat, sleep, or just kick back enjoying themselves. As for the spectators, there are shuttles awaiting to escort everyone to a luxury hotel in the Vargas native universe. Over the next few hours, the stands would empty, leaving only the warriors to themselves. As the same official, staying behind, explains they will place tables wherever the contestants desire, urging the fighters to mingle amongst each other, if that is their wish. And as you'd assume, our friendly Saiyans across many realms join each other at a single table, all of them that will fit at least. Everyone devouring as much as you'd imagine, even Oob doing well to keep up, as the Vargas do their best to run dishes back and forth. One Videl ruffles Pan's hair, possibly being the one who lost her daughter. With an even better look, behind the previous table, we find the boys getting to know their alternate counterparts, who had to fuse in order to stand up to their little sister, but even then they're apparently no match. And on the other end, Yamcha is still trying to get the attention of Android 18, much to the disapproval of Krillin. Calling to dim the lights and return to night mode, the official wishes the contestants a good night's rest. But up to their insidious ways, Frieza has discovered there are several sets of Dragon Balls here, scheming by the end of the night, they'll be in the hands of the Cold family. Inside, the warriors set up for bed after their giant feast. Vegeta growling he refuses to share his room. Goku quelling his concerns, pointing out how big this apartment is. Plus, Piccolo wanted to sleep outside, so they have even more space because of that. Finding the Namek meditating, with the Kais discussing something maybe 20 feet below. The other Piccolo keeps an eye on his other self, though at this point, it's not clear which one is which. When something causes South Supreme Kai to shout out, "Hey you!" we find a very nervous Apul, who stammers he's merely searching for the bathroom. Seeing right through this, the Kaioshin bluntly states, "No, you're looking for the Dragon Balls. Tell your master next time this happens, it'll result in the exclusion of the entire 8th universe." Rejoining the Space Lord himself, Frieza has gotten his whole crew in on the plan. One of his henchmen explaining nothing was found in the bleachers or corridors of the other universes, and only the main building of the Vargas remains to be checked. However, it's guarded by the Namekians, so no one has been able to sneak in. That's when Berter, fastest of the universe, chimes in, explaining for not the 90th time, he's the fastest in the universe, and no one is faster than he. Frieza scoffing no one bigger either. He is incapable of discretion. They need someone small,
Once you become
fast,
immortal,
and smart.
you basically
Cooler
win.
taking this opportunity to power down a form, indulging in himself, while obliviously spouting, "You're talking about me." But no, Frieza's merely referring to himself. Stepping in like a Papa Hawk, Cold commands his children to each take a
we
separate
found
part
another
of the
match. It's
building
gonna start in
and
2
not
minutes.
make a single
Stay tuned.
fuss about it. Taking a surprise hit. We see what looks like the people's elbow of Vegito crashing down on Cooler's head, laughing. "Who are you going to complain to? Now, let's go after the brother." Sensing him out, he notices the other is not alone, while the Frost Demon scopes through a safe. Someone sneaks up on him, but not Vegito. Super Buu, smugly informing the tyrant not to bother doing what he's doing, as he's already searched the entire facility and the Dragon Balls aren't here, believing it to be simple actually. They're not keeping them in this realm. They're most likely hidden in another universe. In fact, Buu himself would have done the exact same. Regardless, ever the one to stir the pot, the Majin tells Frieza he has some very interesting information for him, inquiring if any of his men possesses that body change ability besides Captain Ginyu. Still a bit rattled, the Emperor clamors no one does, causing Buu to explain one member of Universe 8 is not in their original body, as Frieza demands to know who. Super Buu taunts that's for him to find out on his own. In the apartment of Group 13, the familiar Saiyans do a lot of nothing to pass the time, when they get a knock on the door. Of all people, Gohan. Vegeta scowls, asking who gave him permission to enter. Laying eyes on Raditz, he thinks back to their only meeting. In a way, he set forth a giant chain of motions, changing the young half-Saiyan's life from a paradise to a nightmare in the blink of an eye.
Try to stay alive.
Can you hear me? It's Trunks. I've set a super time machine, as well as a crate of supplies. Here's how to launch. Find the power keys, then place them in the right spots. found a power key. Go slot it. This is bad. Somebody's down. Exercise extreme caution if you're going to help them.
Stay calm. Stay calm.
Bro, why does this guy keep coming close to me?
Flying Nimbus!
Like, I don't understand.
Oh man.
Hey, great! You found another power key. Use it quick.
Thanks. Flying Nimbus!
That's a new power key. Place it now.
Where am I? You be careful too, okay?
Great! You know what to do with that key. That's a new power key. Place it now.
hell?
Here goes! Here goes! Here goes! Come on!
Then Nappa, having similar feelings to the bald brute as his dear uncle. This is the man who killed nearly all of his father's friends, remembering the fear he once struck into him as a toddler.
Teammates.
Vegeta
Everyone
again
did their
growling,
job.
he answered the question, or brought back to that sucker punch, or knee on Namek. Thinking to himself, he knows he's stronger than all of these fools now. Then finally piping up, he wants to talk to Kakarot. Furthering, he has a proposal they should find very interesting. But first, a challenge. And if they are real Saiyans, they won't be able to refuse. Himself, against all four of them. But as to not break the rules of the tournament, it won't be a fight, but instead, an arm wrestling match. Which is the most Gohan thing I've seen since Resurrection F. Introducing himself properly as his iteration of Universe 18, and not really helping his case. Or maybe so. He explains he's not fighting in the ring because he's the weakest of his group. All of them can try to push his arm back. He won't even go Super Saiyan, but Vegeta's resolved not to play his stupid games. Standing, Gohan points out that none of these Saiyans are wearing a scouter, which means they can almost certainly sense energy, boasting they already know how much stronger he himself is than all of them. So apparently, there's no need to test him. Moving on, Gohan elaborates his power isn't natural, it's magical. The elements to repeat this magic are available here in this very arena. What's more, he'll even freely trade this information. In exchange, he would like Kakarot to fight his daughter honorably, who barely knows the meaning of the word. But the halfling insists, no unnecessary violence, no death, no sadism. Quite the offer really, as Gohan notes he isn't even asking him to lose the match. Though rolling his eyes, the Saiyan piffs. Who do you think I... Not even finishing his sentence, Gohan has him thrown against a wall. Powering up to Super Saiyan does nothing to repel his strength. This going on while Raditz and Nappa charge from behind. Our hero barks. The only good thing Kakarot here has ever done, or could have ever done, was hit his head to become the man his father is today. Sending the pair back with a flick of the wrist. And facing their leader, he questions if Vegeta would like a taste next. But still sitting comfortably, he simply utters, "What for?" Assuring Kakarot will follow the proposed plans, wanting to know more of this magic he speaks of. With Bojack, the pirate does what pirates do, and finding the treasure buried at the bottom of a bottle, giving a drunken toast to he and Bujin, the lone survivors, bringing up they are the only two remaining from the Galaxy Soldiers, and given Bojack himself sent at least one of their men directly to the grave and basically led Zangya to hers, Bujin more than realizes they are the last two remaining. Though furious on the inside, the little one is at least relieved that Zangya will probably be revived, but this psycho probably just plans to kill her all over again, one way or another. As his boss thinks out loud, wondering how many there were in their original group. 20? 30? When the underling confidently quips, 27. As the intoxicated pirate merely laughs this off, chorting at their lack of resiliency. Panning to Universe 6. The group of magic female warriors know they're in over their head. Sid is already dead and Kat herself didn't fare much better, believing they should just go home. Jet, the blonde, reminds they need to have a little patience and she'll be revived, questioning May, to her right, what she thinks, who states, in another day, she'll be ready. And Bojack will be destroyed. And for anyone who may have forgotten, these girls share a universe with the space pirate and his gang. A few hours later, if there was a sun around here, it would surely be rising as a crowd groggily finds their seats to begin the next day of competition. A Varga works a control panel to restore daylight illumination to the arena. Coming over with what could be assumed to be coffee, another asks how he slept. And given the alarms were blaring all night, he didn't get a minute of rest. But of course, no one was even detected. The audience livening up, chatter amongst each other, excited to see what today's matches have to offer. Cutting to the Frost Demons, Cooler explains to his father how he searched all night and found absolutely nothing, not even knowing who attacked him. Upon cold inquiring where Frieza is, it seems he's gone back to the ship for some reason. Finding him brooding, thinking back to more than 30 years ago in his native 8th universe. In a blind rage, Frieza screams at the destruction of the capital of his empire. Being the noble soldier he is, Ginyu kneels before his leader, taking full responsibility as he was unable to contain the Saiyan. Narrowing his eyes and pointing a finger, the dictator hisses, "Oh really?" Instilling a fatal wound to Ginyu. Growling it's time for the Ginyu Force to find a new name, and their days of dancing are finished, demanding they go burn the commander's body. A pool ushers the captain away, but Ginyu still clings to life, looking at the common soldier. He may have an idea. Though he managed to prove more than stealthy the previous 3 decades, the Emperor now feels it's obvious. Ginyu lives on. But in whose body does he reside? In the audience, a boy points out to his mother that the fighters are emerging, who seems less than interested. Goten shouting for his father to leave the breakfast and come on out already. Krillin, having his bias, scoffs the Saiyans got here before him. But behind he and Tien, we find Old Kai doesn't change no matter what incarnation he is. Having, quote, accidentally walked into the wrong room, presumably during a vulnerable time, and has gotten a good whack to the face from Videl. Boo zips out in his eternal loneliness, as simultaneously, 17 tries to get his sister to tag along. Today, he's going to kill Son Goku. She should at least come and see. But she warily explains she's boycotting this stupid tournament, refusing to spectate. Maybe Yamcha has gotten to her after all. Universe 16 coming out. Gohan explains to Videl he spoke to the Kaioshins last night, who questions if they agreed, but nothing more is expanded upon. Piccolo takes notice on how Cell hasn't moved an inch since the previous day. Brawl disgruntled there are too many participants. All they're gonna do is spend another day watching amateurs all over again, frustrated at how boring this is going to be. Her father calmly telling her to use it as a time to train her patience and self-control, but only hearing the word train, she requests Piccolo make her a heavy-weighted suit. Being no problem, he responds he can create one up to several tons. Sinking her into the ground at first, this may prove just the trick to solve her boredom, as the officials welcome everyone to the second day and second round as the first and final Great Inter-Universal Tournament. Below, the boys hear music playing, alien music, as a group of now Disney-owned sounds and faces are unveiled. Pan loving the song, though Brawl not so much. Tapion enjoying it as well, being a fan of woodwind music. But Babidi thinks it sounds like an exploding Glaviat. The Cold family having their opinions as well. Cold himself piffing it sounds like that awful music his eldest son plays at his receptions. But Cooler barks this is Punk Figuratin Symphony. He plays Figuratin Classical Symphony. Frieza scoffing that Figuratin Classical Rhythm is much better. And something about this performance has made Super Boo irate, while Bardock tries to make heads or tails if this is what he saw in his vision or not. Appearing in front of the band, the Majin scolds, "You call that a performance? A meeting of this size? Millions of people, and they hire you!" Going on to claim it's an insult to the world of music, as Figuratin isn't even played like this. That's how a beginner would perform it, demanding they hand over their instruments. South Kaioshin ready to put a stop to this rudeness, though the Grand Supreme Kai has to admit, Super Boo isn't wrong. Vegito finding this too funny to want to intervene. Besides, when's the next chance they'll get to hear Super Boo play music? Commandeering the fanfares, one Mini Boo tells the last alien, not him, he's playing great. Assembling, the Majins unleash a sound of such beauty, even the most sinister of fighters are left awe-stricken. Except Goku, who feels like it's the same as before. The audience lets out an enormous cheer for their maestro, and with the Majin happy with himself, he goes to exit the stage, when the alien questions why he allowed him to keep playing. Staring at him coldly, he says he can recognize talent, and that the two of them have crossed paths in another universe. In fact, like many other artists, this man resides within him, sending a shiver up his spine. Ready to get the fighting started, the second round officially begins. Given the aptitude of warriors to come, the gravity of the ring will be increased tenfold, or about 100 times Earth's gravity. Kakarot, joking to his sibling, chuckles. This is where Nappa gets demolished by Frieza. That is, unless the ring itself doesn't crush him. But calling out his brother's foolishness, as he and Nappa both trained in far more gravity than that of the ring. And the pair have made a small plan just now, so he'll just have to wait and see. Shouting, "Hey, Cue Ball!" Turning to face the Saiyan, Cooler can't help but smirk. As Nappa also laughs, he looked over on the spot, chiding this little one knows when he's called, but tells the Frost Demon not to worry, as he's bald too. But at least he's not a midget. Going on, "Well, I was just coming over to introduce myself to my opponent and former boss, but I guess Little Chief would be more like it." Mocking, there are so many universes filled with Saiyans here, but only one Frost Demon group, asking if he's ashamed. Getting furious, Frieza promises he's going to kill him as soon as they're in the ring. Nappa merely telling him to dream on, he won't even be able to touch him. What's more, the bald warrior scoffs. Everyone here is above the dreaded Space Lord, and he's not even talking about height. Frieza won't be able to land a single hit in this entire tournament, only getting the Emperor more and more worked up, wanting nothing greater than to make Nappa pay for not having withdrawn. As their banter hits an apex, the officials usher them to enter the fighting area. "Do you still have your flying seats? For a long time, it was the belief you were a cripple." Both having touched down, Frieza sprinting full force to tear him limb from limb. "Oh, by the way, I give up." Confused, Raditz and Nappa's plan is revealed. If the Space Lord was to hit him now, he would be disqualified, leaving the tyrant more fuming than ever. As Frieza wins the battle, the Saiyans get a victory of their own, in the best way they probably could have in this scenario. Touching down in his own group, Burter questions if his master is okay. Not hesitating to take his anger out on anyone, Varga cries out in shock, but Frieza bellows it's his own universe. It's allowed. This brings Goku of R18 and 17 from 14, and 18 has changed her mind after all, deciding to at least watch the matches. Her brother elated to finally get his chance to come full circle with this unfulfilled desire. Face to face, the android speaks. "Kill Goku. I'm not doing it for Jiro. I'm doing it for me." Goku himself pointing out, it's weird the two of them never actually fought. Well, until... One-shotting the cyborg, Goku wins by knockout. 18 completely aghast by the effortless victory. Yamcha looking at her in the background, slyly questioning. "So darling, still no interest in my help?" Calling forth the South Kaioshin and Majin Buu for the next duel. The former chuckles that these fights are moving so fast. He can't believe it's already his turn. But Grand Supreme Kai in the back requests he give him a moment of his time, questioning if he paid attention to what they learned of this Buu last night, which of course he did. Apprehensive, but without more to say, he urges the Kaioshin express caution, though he believes he knows exactly what he needs to do. With the Majin merely as gleeful and childlike as ever. Summoning his power, the Kai thinks back to 5 million years ago. In some universes, the most terrifying creature imaginable would be born. A creature that is one and the same with the one he faces at this very moment. Expanding upon his inner monologue, in his own Universe 1, he and his fellow Supreme Kais managed to destroy Buu before he could even be hatched. But devastatingly, in other realms, that wasn't the case. This monster went on to annihilate hundreds of planets before attacking the Kaioshins themselves. Kaioshin of the South was the only one who could hope to match his amazing strength. So much so, the Majin was forced to trigger his special defense mechanism, absorption. Whenever Buu believes he's been beat, he simply absorbs his foe, taking their power, but also so much more. He went from a wild beast to an educated athlete, but his evil was still apparent. This caused the Grand Kaioshin to sacrifice himself, as he alone was the only one to understand that this creature's most exploitable weakness was how immensely impressionable he is. The iteration of Boo from Universe 4 further suggesting this. In a dark, albeit clever turn, the Grand Kaioshin put himself in position to be absorbed, and at the last moment, destroyed his own brain, resulting in the innocent, childlike creation we today know as Fat Boo. Believing all he would need now is a loving family with a good heart to show him right from wrong. But only focus on the fight rather than getting lost in thought. Boo shouts out in excitement, as South Kaioshin can actually hold his own, unlike those filthy sorcerers. Clearly seeing it may be a good fight, the Kai knows he will lose before long, though he does have a surprise in store. Charging an attack, he believes in another universe. He probably used this as a last resort. That very well may be the case, as the technique definitely gets Boo's attention. Giving us some exposition, Goku explains, this attack is comparable to Piccolo's Makanko Sappo, and the essence is predicated on focusing a high concentration of energy to a single point. Speaking, South Kaioshin states that ultimately, it's fear that triggers Boo's absorption. Super Boo, one to talk, calls this a dirty move, having bad memories of such an event himself. Covered in Boo bits, it seems his idea worked like a charm, as he merely stands by while the Majin wraps himself around him, absorbing him with no effort. But not being digested, South Kaioshin utilizes a Ki shield to continue to live independently inside of Boo, just like Vegito, determined to track down the Grand Kaioshin and the other version of himself. While the boys are fooled, under the belief that Kai was merely incompetent, Vegito has some insider information. Turning to his son, he questions what he told the Kais last night, to which Gohan replies, everything. From Majin Buu and his absorptions, to Cell, Broly, Frieza, Vegeta, you, supposing they have the right to know. Back in the sci-fi trope, the Kaio doesn't manage to find anything he's looking for. He does, though, feel a distinct Kaioshin presence. So at least he's confirmed they are indeed part of Buu. So maybe being absorbed for such a duration, they're no longer able to be released. And it seems this plan was all for naught. At any rate, since South has been gone for 20 seconds, in only 10 more, Buu will be granted the victory if he does not reappear. As the Gohan of our universe wonders, shouldn't Buu have become muscular or something? Goku pointing out he seems to know a bit about this, admitting Kibito Shin, or Kibito Kai, explained everything to him, as at the time, it seemed pretty important to know, given a part of Buu does live on Earth now. Calling out to his other self, Super Buu informs his opponent is using a shield, that's why nothing has happened. He himself knows this all too well. Though Babidi is a bit frustrated, as he appears to be one of the few that doesn't know anything that's going on right now. Alas, 10 seconds don't take 10 episodes, and Buu is declared the winner. The Kai's in a state of shock, and the Majin still confused. Either way, next would have been Oob from our realm versus Nail. But again, since Universe 10 threw in the towel, Oob is given the W, putting him against Fat Buu in round 3. The creature he, in a sense, used to be. Turning to his master, he inquires if he thinks he has a chance. And optimistically, Goku believes he does. With a well-kept Kaioken, he's perfectly on his level. As the wizard congratulates his underling on a job well done, Buu asks if he can have some candy. When something shoots out of one of his head holes. South Kaioshin. To the bewilderment of Babidi, though Buu himself doesn't seem fazed. But the Kai utters he's merely passing through. But while he's here, he takes the chance to interrogate Dabura, as he once said he'd never leave the demon realm, who responds, his beloved kingdom is nothing compared to his master's will. In an interesting turn of events, the next fight will consist of our Vegeta versus future Trunks. About to set his weapon to the wayside, his father urges he keep it, assuming he didn't train as much as himself. Admitting that's most likely the case, he assures he has greatly improved. Vegeta merely grunting he hopes so, as he doesn't mind holding back, but only so much. Powering up to what can be assumed to be Super Saiyan 2, he questions Trunks if he can also do this. Going normal Super Saiyan, he apologizes, as he cannot. While the prince finds this disappointing, Trunks taunts him by telling him, come teach him how to do it then. quickly powering to Super Saiyan Grade 3, or his bulked up state. Vegeta is astonished, as this form has a well-known glaring weakness. A weakness even Trunks acknowledges. Having seen enough, Vegeta is thoroughly impressed with the tactics of his son, compensating the speed loss of Grade 3 by only using the transformation when necessary. Launching the prince into the wall. He can't help but feel a shred of pride on how this is going. Admitting Trunks mastering the state to its fullest potential would have actually given Perfect Cell some serious issues, but Vegeta himself can utilize both strength and speed at the same time. Landing a clean kick. Trunks scoffs this form is also good for defense, but not good enough. Carrying him back to his group, though unconscious, he tells his son that wasn't bad, as he's officially named the winner in the background. The Vargas feel Vegeta could have at least waited for them to finish their count before he carried him off and all. And so, the moment Gohan has been dreading, Pan versus Kakarot, the young girl unbearably nervous for her battle. Though the Vegetas share a humorous moment of familiarity, feeling the same about their Kakarots for different reasons. Looking to her father for comfort, she asks if he thinks she's going to win, but answering honestly, he admits he doesn't know. Her opponent didn't show his true power, but he does know he can go Super Saiyan, something the child says herself she cannot do. But Gohan disagrees, believing her to merely be afraid to unleash her powers, but he knows she can. Videl, putting herself on Pan's level, urges this is only a tournament and she can give up if she wants. But Goku, butting in, disagrees, seeing it this way: exactly, it's just a tournament, so Pan isn't risking anything. Even if she dies, it won't matter in the end. Naturally though, the girl is quite against her own death, even if it is just for a little while. And if she dies, she'll lose anyway. Vegeta appearing behind her, scoffing. Lose? What's this I'm hearing about losing?
I've set a super time machine, as well as a crate of supplies. Here's how to launch. Find the power keys, then place them in the right spots.
Thank you very much.
Flying Nimbus!
You found a power key. Go slot it.
Welcome.
Hey, great! You found another power key. Use it quick.
Thank you. Thank you.
Flying Nimbus!
Welcome. Thank you.
An ally needs your help. We don't know what danger awaits. Think before rushing in.
Fortunately, I don't have a power, what's it called, Dragon Radar or a power key radar. Wow.
Great! You know what to do with that key.
Holy hell. Take on.
Nobody wanted to fight, man.
Jeez, you're helpless.
I owe you one. Flying Nimbus! Oh, man.
An ally needs your help. We don't know what danger awaits. Think before rushing in.
Get you, Force! Get you! Nailed it.
Stay calm. Nailed it.
Sucks!
The startup system for the super time machine is ready. Head there now. I'll send some supplies to help. Make good use of it. Somebody's down. Exercise extreme caution if you're going to help them.
Ginyu Force! Ginyu!
What the hell?
An ally needs your help. We don't know what danger awaits. Think before rushing in. The startup system's under attack. It's dangerous, so tread carefully if you want to get closer. The startup system is under attack. Stop it if you can, but retreat if you need to. Got it? The startup system's destroyed. The escape time machine's almost prepped. You need to head for the beacon that's indicated by a blue light.
Crap.
Now understood.
I've sent the escape time machine. Use it to get out of there.
Just made it.
This is perfect.
Using the "it's just a tournament" argument, the prince can't believe her attitude, calling it disappointing. Pan's mother chiding her husband to give his take, assuming that take is to convince her to surrender. But he simply tells Videl she doesn't understand, as Pan wants to test her limits. It's well understood he himself doesn't like fighting, but he knows his friends and father do, and Pan is like them. Back with Pan, she questions why Vegeta is disappointed, and using the forbidden name, he growls, "Because you're a descendant of Gohan and Goku!" Leaving a dejected Videl to ask herself, "What do I count for nothing?" Continuing his brutal honesty, "I thought you were different than those sluggards! I thought you were a true fighter, but I guess I was wrong! You're a loser!" But defending herself, she states, "No, it's just that," thinking she has no excuse. She is a fighter. Happy with the results, he urges the girl to forget about what he said about her losing earlier. He wants Pan to massacre the sorry excuse for a Kakarot, who is happy to oblige. As he begins to head towards the ring, Universe 13's Vegeta reminds Kakarot not to get carried away, who piffs off the advice, scoffing he knows how to control himself, to which Vegeta simply replies, Actually, no, you don't. Somewhat agreeing as he takes his place against Pan. He instantly goes Super Saiyan, rolling his eyes and daring this quote halfling to try to hit him. As the young warrior powers up, the angsty Saiyan grows annoyed with Pan's combat strength. Frustrated, he has to behave during this fight. Effortlessly dodging, he only finds himself still stuck in the previous conversation he had with Vegeta. We take orders from no one. Will you stop it? Lashing out, Pan hits the dirt as her adversary bellows how outclassed she is and needs to just forfeit once and for all. Getting a bit sidetracked, Kakarot complains. He's always getting faced against these freaks, desiring nothing more than to hear his enemy's bones snap. And with a less than reassuring expression, he cackles he's not crazy, and Vegeta will see he can cope with his frustration. Let's get this over with! Daddy's little brat is going to suffer! Stupid! Kill all humans, Kakarot! Don't kill the governor, Kakarot! Keep calm, little brother! Kill all humans! Don't kill the little girl, Kakarot! Your orders aren't even consistent, and they say I'm the crazy one! As she attempts to finally mutter out her forfeiture, Kakarot begins to loudly laugh, calling her a pathetic waste. And given there's obviously so much human in her, how could he spare her? Turning to Yamcha, Tien, and Krillin, he furthers by explaining he killed all of them in her place, having pursued him for years, and the little one. Suddenly, remembering his name, the ruthless Saiyan thinks back to fond memories the two once had, before punching himself in the face repeatedly, commanding he forget about that, and killing humans is what's important. Dropping Pan in the process, he scowls down at her, saying how helpless and weak they were, and those who cannot save themselves deserve to die. Remembering back to when she was told it's up to her to protect the Earth now, she apologizes to her father and Goku, believing she's no match for these monsters. She's too young and too weak. When Kakarot utters, "You want to know what I do to little human girls?" Proving to be the trigger for Pan's transformation, her foe smirking. So there is a little Saiyan in you. And in a surprise, Pan surrenders, leaving Kakarot completely aghast. Turning her back, she merely admits her dad was right, and she gained incredible strength, but is still no match in this battle. But her weakness is only temporary, and she will soon become much stronger than him, and will protect the Earth from everyone like him, leaving the Saiyan with nothing more than a shocked expression, while the Vargas crown him the winner. Mirroring his face, Kate Vegeta is amazed she somehow managed to calm him down. The next bout will consist of Cell and Bojack. Cell more than eager to get back in the ring. Looking toward the Universe 16 Gohan with a sneer, he offers him a deal. In exchange for a rematch between the two of them, he will let the Half Saiyan decide how Bojack dies. Naturally, since his daughter fell at the pirate's hand. Staring back, he glances over to our Gohan and Pan, celebrating the young girl's evolution of strength. Speaking at last, he says his own daughter died because she was brave, and like her iteration that just left the ring, she will pass this trial in her own way and come back stronger than ever, dotting his speech by affirming revenge does not interest him and he has no desire for a rematch. With that, Cell flies off to the arena, but along the way, he shouts, each of them have killed other versions of each other, and that will need to be settled. With both fighters set, the match begins. While the villain powers up, the other villain reminisces on the days of the Cell games, when he was so proud of his strength and newly acquired perfection. And now it seems like warriors just as strong seem to just show up one after another, cockily leering back at his opponent, expecting him to be intimidated, but only continuing his self-indulgent monologue. In the good old days, he had some challenges, but now he's incomparably stronger. Clearly in for more than he expected, Bojack retains his confidence, mocking it'll take something greater than a gentle push to defeat him, as he's killed dozens of opponents that did the exact same thing. All while Goku and Vegeta comment on how stronger he's gotten, as they believe.
Let's do it to him!
You're looking for someone?
Even easier than expected.
Is that all?
That's so sloppy. Will you shut up? Make me. Oh, impossible! Energy bombs! You can't move! Neither can you. Oh, they will cut you into pieces!
The girls of Universe 6 laugh and cheer how Bojack's group is getting humiliated again. Cat happy she decided to watch after all, causing Bujin to shout, "Hey!" Knowing even against him, they're most likely outmatched. Also not wanting Bojack himself to catch wind, Cat profusely apologizes, pressing she has no issue with him. But done being silent, he quips he can see what they're planning, knowing they're only here to kill Bojack. As the tyrant himself lies at the feet of Gohan and Brawl of Universe 16, the latter ready to let him have it. Looking up in terror, already far outmatched by Cell, Gohan merely turns the other way. Though his sister still argues he's in their area and it should be allowed, Vegito reminds that's not how things work. Getting up, Cell drives his knee into the villain's back, using enough force to actually kill him upon impact, giving us an anticlimactic end to the space pirate. Walking back to his area, Cell mocks he'll leave it to Group 16 to clean up this mess. As not far away, Cooler points out this Cell creature seems to slightly resemble the Frost Demons, though Frieza's ego won't allow himself to see the same. While one of their henchmen strolls out, bearing a new unit of armor, boasting he and the crew spent all night putting it together. As Cold, still in his final form, puts it on, feeling a bit naked without it apparently. In a seemingly fitting match, we have Tapion and Krillin ushered to the stage, as Tapion has to be shuttled to the hovering orb, unable to fly. Dropping him off, the Namekian can't believe his eyes, as himself is a high-level warrior, and the gravity feels enormous. But these fighters don't even seem to notice a difference. When he eats those words, as neither human or human-like contestant fares very well against the aforementioned gravity. But using their own respective techniques, Tapion shouts, "Wrap me in your aura!" as Krillin fires up the Kaioken, making it far easier for them to find their way back to their feet. The Quinatian quips, if his opponent desires to leave, he shouldn't hesitate to do so. But the new Turtle Master didn't come here for nothing. As Tapion takes a defensive stance, Krillin knows he can't use the Kaioken for long, so he must attack fast. Acknowledging his opponent's strength, Krillin believes he has to be using some kind of shield. Tapion already aware he's far outmatched in terms of speed. Apologizing, he reveals he'll have to get a bit more violent, shouting, "Get out and fight for me!" And out pops Hirudegarn, Earth's hero admitting this is something else, as Tapion commands the monster to attack. Vegito interested by the fact that Tapion can now contain this entire creature, while Goku is astonished the two of them are friends now. Raichi, overhearing, boasts that's simply due to his amazing talents. The Kanatsian hoped it didn't have to be this way, but the only reason he is here is for the wish. As nothing appears to be working, it becomes clear to Krillin it's not the behemoth he must attack. This new strategy leads Tapion to believe his foe is growing tired. Firing right past the monster, even his own team begins to doubt him. Yamcha giggling, it seems the miseries of old age have finally caught up to him. But we know that isn't the case. Even though Tapion does appear to be correct in his belief Krillin is getting fatigued. Not fooled, Tapion knows this smokescreen will act as a means for his opponent to attack him instead of Hirudegarn. Bringing him down to a knee, Krillin can only pray he stays there for 30 seconds. Tapion knows he himself is not nearly experienced enough for a fight like this. But in a lucky turn, Krillin goes down, leaving Tapion the winner. But even he knows he won't last much longer if he doesn't come up with a better method. Marking the halfway point of the second round, an official announces they will break for intermission, again ushering out the tables for the fighters to grub up. Turning to Goku, Goten could only grin, saying, "Hey Dad, I bet you were expecting that with..." But you ring the dinner bell and he comes a-running, already placing his order, which includes roast beef, a double serving of pasta, hot potatoes, salad potatoes, ramen, some cake, an assortment of fish, 12 kebabs, a mountain of caviar, and that tiny little toast that comes with it. Trying to one-up him, Vegeta demands double of what Kakarot is getting. Super Buu, having no need to indulge, is a little annoyed at the idea of taking another break so soon. The Kais invite Gohan to dine with them, as they gave thought to his previous request. The Grand Supreme Kai unveiling the new plan to use a set of Dragon Balls to immediately resurrect the victims of the first 2 rounds. As he thanks the deity, the Kai admits the other universes will surely appreciate it as well. Though there is something he has to ask the Half Saiyan. If Universe 18 also had a Vegito. Apparently under the understanding, the 2 Gohans talked about it, because unless they're pulling a switcheroo for some reason, it's Universe 16 Gohan that's been communicating with the Kaio's, who explains for a short time that was the case, but they split back into Goku and Vegeta while inside Buu. Naturally, before Potara Fusion was expanded upon in Super. North Kaioshin blurting, "Of course, the Supreme Kais that Buu absorbed, they cancelled the merger." Gohan questioning why, West explains, the Pataras were made only for the Supreme Kais. Vegito's mere existence is blasphemy. Admitting this was told to him before, he details how old Kai enchanted them so they would work specifically for mortals. Self-deducing, the Kaioshin essence which still resided within Buu couldn't understand that Vegito existed for a very good reason, so it unconsciously separated him. Again, unfamiliar with our heroes directly, Shin feels this only further proves the Pataras are far too powerful and should never be used again. The Saiyans of Universe 13 approach Gohan, as they've come for, quote, "You-know-whats." Goku asking, "What? Food?" To which Vegeta reacts, very similar to our own. Standing, Gohan claims their Kakarot got carried away, but the prince is in no mood to be toyed with, as he believes they held up their end of the deal just fine, given his daughter came out unharmed. Reluctantly, Gohan knows he has a point, and goes on to explain that in Universe 9, there's an old Kaioshin who appeared during the fight against Cold. He's the one who has the ability to increase their power. To those who are worthy, that is. But warns, if Vegeta or the others threaten or attack him in any way, they'll be sent back to their own native realm, pressing they be very kind to him. Of course, Vegeta only piffs at the idea of being nice to anyone, but Gohan assures, if he changes his attitude, he will get stronger. Away, a Varga comes up to Jace with a plate of chocolate buns, when the Ginyu-gun playfully slaps him roughly on the back, thanking him, but the slap was way too much for someone like him, crying that really hurt, causing Jace to apologize, assuring he just doesn't know his own strength. Meanwhile, on Frieza's ship, the smack was just a ruse to plant a camera on the hosting alien, the plot obviously to spy on what they're doing without being detected. And we see, they've placed several cameras in various locations, believing surely at least one of them will tip them off on the whereabouts of the Dragon Balls. Thinking, Frieza continues to theorize whose body Ginyu could have snatched, considering Jace, but doubting the others would possibly cover for him. Then again, they did greatly admire their boss, so much so, they still bear his name even today. But the Emperor remains in disbelief they could hide such a thing from him, when a henchman interrupts his train of thought, causing Frieza to bark out asking what he wants. Timidly, he only means to inform his master that if one of the cameras were to leave this universe, they would lose the live feed, but should be able to view the stored data upon its return. Walking off, he sneers that's better than nothing, but in reality, Frieza had just been imagining this lowly soldier was Ginyu himself, watching him, admitting he's starting to get paranoid. With the break over, we now get to see Vegito take on XXI, apparently pronounced C, as the old Kai shouts in fear, believing it impossible for C to be here, wondering how the Kaios could bring such a being. Yamcha asking if he knows this guy, Tien pointing out they haven't even seen him yet, but as he emerges from the shadows, it appears to be an elderly man of unknown origin. As the Kai gets a closer look, turns out it's not who he thought it was. As the next fight begins to commence, Fujin is a bit surprised to see this old-timer still hasn't withdrawn yet. Muttering something in an unknown language, he uses his magic to enter the ring. Vegito knows magicians, though usually not very strong, can still possess insane powers nonetheless, deciding he must eliminate him before he can do something weird. Muttering to himself again, Vegito is taken to a realm of complete darkness. As he figures, sure enough. And here's the weird thing. Realizing his foe plans to win by a 30 count, he's aware he has to get back fast. And lucky for him, he knows it's actually fairly easy to break out of a trick like this. Back in an instant. Bardock and Cold are now engaged in their battle. What the? Watching them fight, the fused warriors bewildered. Brawl shouts out, "Dad, finally! You idiots!" Asking what's going on. He yells over to the other contestants wanting to know what they're doing here. While Boo only hopes the Vargas do the right thing. And South Kaioshin noting, Vegito doesn't seem to realize that time has passed. Screaming people should listen when he speaks. A Varga hysterically tries to call for a timeout to set things straight, explaining to Vegito he lost his fight and for him to please leave the ring. But not accepting this, he demands to know how exactly he lost. Elaborating, he disappeared from the ring for more than 30 seconds. But the Saiyan claims he was back in under 20, when his daughter Bellows had been missing for the last 2 hours, and even absent during her fight. Baffled by this revelation, one of the Supreme Kais floats over with a theory, believing C trapped him in a dimension where time flows differently. For Vegito, it very well may have seemed like only a few seconds, but here, 1 hour and 45 minutes passed, and they've held multiple battles since. Realizing now he was tricked, he notes how that dimension must be like the Room of Spirit and Time, only backwards. With all of this out of the way, an annoyed Bardock tells Vegito to get lost, so he and Cold can continue their match. When he gets another vision, Goku assures Brawl they'll find a way to stop Vegito, as it's not like he's invincible. But she argues he is, and Goku just doesn't understand. Then we see Gohan with a piece of a Dragon Ball, stating as long as they have this, he won't get his wish. Then Yamcha sneering at someone, possibly Vegito, but not confirmed, that they may have beaten all the others, but they won't even be able to touch him, questioning if that makes himself the strongest of the universes. And, almost as strange as an all-powerful Yamcha, Piccolo reminds Brawl and Vegito it's only because the Namek's own will they remain alive, and for them to be civil, causing the pair to apologize. Coming back to reality, Gohan enters the ring to usher his father away, but he refuses to leave, claiming it's not fair, it was a dirty trick. In a real fight, he would have won, and the tournament rules are stupid. Getting a bit abrasive, his son asserts that he was gone for hours. Imagine what his foe could have done in that time. He could have destroyed the Earth twice over. In a real fight, he would have failed all the same. Gritting for Gohan to shut up, Vegito still isn't ready to give up on the tournament. But he's reminded, keep this up, and they all get sent back home, and Pan stays dead, which Gohan will not let happen. Meanwhile, Boo demands a Varga go ask C for a rematch, who, rather terrified, obeys. Silent for a moment, the Saiyan mutters he needs some time alone, and apologizes to have bothered him. Zipping away, Gohan can only sigh that there he goes sulking again. West smiling the drama's over, and the match can resume. Bardock relieved it seems his visions have been averted, possibly Vegito raining havoc over the situation.
It didn't answer.
Are you kidding me?
Losing his mind, the Majin demands a rematch, not caring if those two cowards want to give up or not. He's had it with all this amateur mockery going on around here. West intervening yet again, urging it's not for Boo to decide. Snarling, not for me. Boo barks, what a joke. He's controlled everything since the beginning, unleashing Boobits in all directions. He proclaims he's everywhere. He has the Dragon Balls, their technology. He knows their secrets, and he's even been playing with all their minds. He decides who lives, who dies, and who gets absorbed.
Send him back to his universe.
It stopped working again.
You fool! I decide when it works. I'm done pulling strings from the dark. Now I'll do it openly. I'll use Carbonite. Don't you dare! This masquerade ends now!
The fighters of our universe join together in an attempt to stave off the Majin. Simultaneously, he rubs elbows with the other Boo, smirking that's how you do it, to the great enjoyment of his childlike counterpart. Having some fun, he transforms his face to reflect the South Kaioshin, mocking him for his objection during the concert.
He's breaking the rules. Watch me protest and do nothing.
To which Shin can't help but find a little humorous, South himself reminding this is a very serious situation, though Issa assures it was just a nervous laugh. Boo then declares he decides the fights from now on, and they'll see he's a very good referee. The new rules: you can get all the help you want. You win when he decides, pondering on what the first fight will be. Doing her best to stay afloat, Brawl intensely wonders where her father went. Light years away, Vegito blows off some steam, lamenting such a great opportunity has been ruined by a treacherous magician. And worse yet, he wanted so badly to just punch Gohan. Even though he knew his son was right, he still wanted to break his skull. In a moment of self-awareness, the Saiyan knows his anger and frustration turn him into his daughter. And since Gohan has gotten cozy with the organizers, aka the Kaioshins, he can probably negotiate a few other matches. Or he can just fight Boo out here, away from the tournament. Surely he'll accept. Maybe even that big Namek, or Cell too. Resolving, everything will be right in the end, and he can control himself. But he does need to breathe. Literally. As Boo's destruction continues to progress through the arena, the Saiyans of Universe 13 are reached. Raditz attempting to use his Uzaro transformation, his brother scolding that won't work, and even the audience isn't spared. A couple spectators haven't even realized this isn't part of the entertainment, just thinking they've gone over the top to make this an interactive show. Goku points out to his rival their shield won't hold out much longer, and the two of them need to unleash their full power. But the prince objects, growling he can hold out like this for hours, and he's saving his strength for the two of them to battle later. While hope seems to be lost for the Universe 16 Gohan and Videl, the former urges his sister not to go Super Saiyan 2. There's no point in stopping Boo if it means killing all the people around her. Appearing as if this is merely a mild annoyance, Gas simply utters, "Stop."
We're saved! What? How is this possible?
You keep calm now. Boo asking the real questions. How was the mysterious Namek able to confine and control Super Boo so easily? 2 hours earlier, at the start of Vegito's match, Brawl wonders what kind of powers this magician possesses. Before soon finding out, as the officials are completely unable to trace his location, the Namek knows it had to be the doing of his opponent, leaving everyone to look on confused. Trunks asking if he merely took off, while Oob simply states his puzzlement. Alas, 30 seconds go by, and upon making sure the statue-like C is still conscious, he is named the victor, peacefully leaving the fighting area. Every universe looks on in complete shock. Vegito is one of the favorites to win it all, and on the outside, it didn't seem like he had much competition. As the magician makes his way back to the shadows, he's confronted by Gohan and Brawl, who order he explain what he did to his opponents. Showing no sympathy, the old man only tells the organizers will use the Dragon Balls to return him at the end of the tournament, advising they step aside. As the situation seems it may escalate, Super Boo butts in, shorting,
"Don't worry, friends. I understand everything."
But Gohan has no desire to be friendly with the Majin, commanding he stay out of it. Though, the villain assures they're on the same side here, and whether Gohan wants the knowledge or not, he informs he sensed an alternate dimension open, and Vegito has merely been confined there. It shouldn't be too much of a challenge for the likes of him to escape it, and he'll be back here in no time. Sure enough, when that happens, the three of them can request a rematch, given that kind of technique isn't exactly fair, swaying Brawl at the very least. The Vargas announce, after this strange victory, Android 18 and Arale will be the next fighters. Uninterested by the broadcast, Goku notes that with Vegito being gone, it does give his own universe a shot, but it's still pretty disappointing, though the boys are fairly stoked. In Cell, his brain tells him he should be relieved, but his Saiyan biology insists he's a coward for not burning to face Vegito, wanting the greatest challenge it can find. Dr. Norimaki happily tells his creation to go and wrestle with that girl in the arena, and little more happily, requests she bring her back here after so he can tend to her wounded body. In the humans group, Krillin asks Yamcha if he made any progress with his blonde friend, but alas no, though he does nudge Krillin to stop making fun of him for it, as he'd probably fall for her too. Just imagine, in another life, Krillin would help her rediscover her humanity, refusing to kill her, and should plant a romantic kiss on his bald head. But the Turtle Master doesn't quite see things the same. Tien, also focused on 18, but more so on the match at hand, believes this fight could end up being a revelation for her, given the parapolar opposites. A woman who became mechanical and lost her humanity, making her extremely bitter, against an innocent, happy robot girl who seems even more than human. The question is, if 18 will see things the same way, realizing the hope in this girl, causing her to reflect on herself. But shouting, "Come on, kid! I'll wipe that stupid smile off your face!" Tien's little speech is deflated. As cocky as she could be, 18 believes the fight to already be over. But grabbing the entire planet arena itself. Boo gasps at this tiny robot's ability to distort reality, and she can even do so better than his own magic. Furthermore, she appears to be doing it subconsciously, acknowledging this universe too is far different from the rest of the warriors here. Flopping to the ground, Arale seems pretty satisfied with how things are going. Pointing to her opponent, chiding, 18 fell out of the ring, so she loses. But calmly explains that not only is Arale out of the arena too, there's no instant ring-out disqualifications here. Screaming, she'll rip the young girl's head off, who then asks, "Like this?" Wondering why it baffles her so much, the little Norimaki insists 18 should be able to do it too, who simply believes this kid must be crazy and is ready to end this. But only able to land a light tap, Arale questions if she doesn't want to play anymore. But 18 realizes what's actually going on, or at least begins to believe what Yamcha is trying to tell her about infinite energy being a myth. But saying this all aloud, Arale offers her bottle of energy, needing to recharge herself. Taking a few chugs, it's actually empty, freezing in place. 18 is granted the only victory fitting of the situation, the little robot girl staying down for 30 seconds with no juice left. Senbei ponders upon who could have drank up the bottle, while Robo from Chrono Trigger dances energetically in the background, elated he can go back to planing trees for the next 400 years. Away, Piccolo is amazed by the kid's power, chalking up her loss to only bad luck. She would have been a great threat to other opponents. Heck, if they had one of her back in their world, she could have easily crushed Cell, or even himself way back when. Causing Goku to reveal she actually does live on their Earth, as he met her a long time ago, leaving Piccolo with far more questions. But moving on, Goku inquires if Goten and Trunks are ready for their fight, which Goten didn't even realize they were up next. Spouting Trunks is out in the audience flirting with girls. With a giant grin, the son of Vegeta chats up some rando, smugly telling, "Yeah, I'm the one participating," while the spectator urges, "Oh, she knows, and she loved his fight, looking so strong with his sword," letting the young man down a bit, as he's not that Trunks. Getting ready, looks like Gotenks will face Neko Majin, from the same realm as Arale, when the former makes a less than modest entrance, asking for the audience, "Oh, it's the amazing Gotenks! But why does the stage crumble under his feet?" Haha, that's because even a 100G ring is far too weak for the great Gotenks. Looking on, 16's Gohan points out there's no direct relationship between strength and gravity. Brawl chiding, it means his big head is too heavy for even the ground below him to support it. Shouting at her own Goten and Trunks to see how stupid they look when they're fused. Trunks meekly insisting it's not that bad. Still celebrating himself, we find out Gotenks prepared his elaborate introductions by taking influence from Mr. Satan, or at least his marketable VHS workout tapes. Though, Neko, catching a catnap, definitely throws him off his moment. Stretching while getting up, he admits Gotenks' antics were boring him, so he decided to do some meditating. Though the fused warrior argues, that wasn't meditating at all. Suffer my wrath! Confessing, his enemy really is strong. Neko has just the trick to win though. He's gonna use fusion too, baffling our hero, our annoying hero, doing the dance while letting out. Phew! But by himself, Gotenks has to question if he's fusing with a fly or something, the cat only piffing at the idea. Finishing the dance, it's revealed Neko fused with himself, the air, as he's only half the cat he was. But with the fusion, maybe this makes him half as strong as twice the power? He vows his foe will taste his wrath, reeling back for a Neko Hameha, before remembering he's right-handed. and he can't do the technique like this. Shorting, well, so much for fusion. The king of clowns himself barking all that buildup was for nothing, ready for his turn. Using one of his signature moves, which admittedly is kinda cool. He calls upon his super chibi Ghost Kamikaze attack. The feline unable to control his internal instincts at the tiny creatures. Yeah! Finish him! Throwing his head back in pride, Gotenks proclaims his victory, as a couple of the remaining ghosts congratulate him on the win. Recognizing his mistake, the Spectres reveal they are the super suicidal God of the Wind magical cat ghosts. Quite the title. Timidly, Gotenks asks if they're the exploding types of ghosts or not, when one realizes he knew they forgot something. Brawl again scolding her own iterations, calling the duo stupid losers for being so careless. Though of course they argue that's not really them, but she's not having it, as it's their identical, not even evil double from another dimension. Cracking his knuckles, Neko smirks this is the end for the fused warrior. While back in his group, his friend collects bets on the outcome of the fight, all of which are on the Majin Cat himself. Turning to inquire if everyone has placed their wager, his buddy lets out a smile, shouting they have. And in that case, he gives up, throwing the fight merely to collect a quick buck, leaving several spectators furious. Though a win's a win in Gotenks' eyes, and given the recent scam, and the fact all their fighters have lost, Jocko suggests it's a good time to return home. He sells Abub in agreement, fed up with how serious everyone here is. Toribot liking the idea too, as it would make for fewer characters to draw. And so, the Time Watch guy shouts out to Universe 2, questioning if everyone is here, and for any absentees to raise their hand now. Ushering the Gag universe back to its own world, free to be as silly and illogical as possible. But it seems they've left someone behind, as Mary Sue giggles that she overslept this morning to find her entire universe gone. What effect, if any, will this have on the future? After the Gag universe returned home, Tien and Super Boo would face off in a battle where no one knows who will win. Looking down at the ring, the human comments on how intense the gravity is, this 100 G's really being something. The Majin admits he holds Tien here in high esteem, but assures he has no chance in this fight, even offering to give his foe a 5-minute head start, allowing him to attack all he wants with no retaliation. Snarking that's quite the generous deal. He tosses something out of his cloak.
Mafuba! Oh, really? Whoa, Nelly! Whoa!
Using the evil containment wave to trap the Majin within. A floaty tube? The audience is awe-stricken, as Tien himself catches a breath. Goku smirking at what a great idea that was, knowing they should have tried the same themselves back on Earth. Walking over to the device. Bravo! Such mastery! Of course, I know the Mafuba too, but I wasn't about to ruin your beautiful moment. To your credit, you really did manage to seal me inside, just not fully. You see, I've placed small pieces of myself all around the ring. Maybe you should try using that technique on each one. Questioning if Boo is only on the ring, his opponent replies, yes, why? But the author wants us to know this is a bold-faced lie. Obliterating the entire ring. Of course, Boo merely puts himself back together, even complimenting the blast did manage to splatter him everywhere. Out of energy and options, Tien admits defeat, throwing in the towel. And even with Boo trying to convince him, he still has some time left in that 5 minutes. The match is officially over. After the ring is reconstructed, next up is Sun Brawl and Elaine, one of the tech-based Hello Light warriors who battled 16. His companions wish him luck, as he is their last hope. Eagerly getting in the ring. The ground can't help but crack under Brawl's feet, though the gravity itself does little to affect her. She feels that between that and the weighted clothes, this will be great training considering her actual adversary is quite weak. As her opposite prepares himself, he knows with the intense gravity, his armor is going to have to continuously compensate to keep him competitive. Angry this will be a struggle for him, but her, she willfully handicaps herself for laughs. But he does believe he can use this to his advantage. Using that slow but powerful energy ball from before. Falling to the ground, Brawl wonders what's going on. And just like in his last fight, Elaine knows gravity as his best friend in this situation, but admits, with the force he's using, she should have died instantly. Shorting out her foe as prideful as even Vegeta, she scoffs he'll need more than that. Using his signature move once again. Oh, come on! Coming! An official noting, this is the attack that can penetrate their shields, knowing the crowd is in great danger. And surely doing so, some of the innocent bystanders are chopped to pieces, while others receive but a scratch. Tired of dodging, Brawl goes to shed her weighted gear. But it doesn't seem to want to come off. Goten laughing at what a trickster Piccolo must be, but the Namek himself barks that they're the ones who always want clothes that are as durable as Frieza's armors. Knowing if this keeps on, she'll have to go level 2, which is something she won't allow to happen. Zipping away, Elaine wonders if he should follow, using his headset to scan for her. With our gang, Oob notes she's behind the stadium not far away, causing Goku to ask a fair question. Since there's no one out there, how did she manage to use instant transmission? After all, that requires a target to lock onto. Piccolo stating, it appears she and Vegito have mastered the Kaioshin's teleportation technique, removing the downside of the Yardrat's method. Stripping out of her heavy clothes, Brawl's had it with her trading idea for now. Strategizing, without that gear, she is a bit lighter, but that gravity move will still be an issue. Then remembering her enemy mention, he can increase the gravity of anything he touches, realizing all she has to do is not touch the ring. As the countdown continues, only a bit longer until the Hello-Light will win. Counting. 7, 6. Instinctively suspicious, Brawl's concerns prove life-saving, as that last move seemed to closely mimic Dabura's spit. In the sense, it appears to alter whatever it touches on a molecular level. As the fighter shouts, this is his people's ultimate weapon, Carbonite, the substance his group wouldn't even want to use against Boo's attack later on. With a shimmer in her eye, she explains she's battled many other cowards and magicians, and has come to accept she must be wary of everything. Further detailing this technique, it seems the Carbonite not only turns its victims into a stone-like substance, but once that process is complete, it'll begin to devour the afflicted matter, multiplying the Carbonite itself in the process. And the only way to stop it is to destroy it all before it grows too large. Extending his arm towards her, he apologizes, as the attack will kill her, but she'll be resurrected regardless. Though she merely laughs this off, already aware she's way too fast for him. But this is where he plays his trump card. As below, his allies shout out he better not miss, while Goku points out this is how they said they could have easily defeated Broly, stating if she indeed chooses to dodge, the entire crowd will become his target, and the Carbonite will exterminate all life on this asteroid. Furious to actually hold everyone here hostage, Elaine's own team shouts he doesn't have permission to use the Carbonite under these circumstances. Trunks, putting all the pieces together,
how you doing, man?
Questions 16 if it'll actually kill them all. Giving an indirect answer, the robot doesn't believe he'll go through with it. But the Hello-Light screams he has no other choice. If he loses, his universe will die anyway, so there's no difference either way. Enlightening us, due to an accident on his home world, his entire planet fell victim to the Carbonite, transforming it completely into a destructive mass of astronomical size. Any collision with an asteroid will send this vile substance flying through the galaxy, and their only hope is to obtain the wish the Vargas promised. Throwing her hands up in a "why didn't you say so" moment, Brawl offers to simply give them a wish, as they make them all the time back home. But Elaine isn't so quick to believe such a claim. Nonetheless, she assures they will save his universe, and they don't stand a chance in this tournament anyway, urging he let her team fight for them. Goku's group even tells they too aren't here for the wishes, and if he wins, he'll happily surrender their prize too. Goten chuckling where they're from, they even get 3, or 2 depending on Toriyama's memory that day or who's writing the anime. Alas, her foe still isn't buying it, so she resolves if he wants to be that way. Sending him away, Brawl politely requests the judges count to 30, as his team wonders where he could possibly be, and 100 light years away. Fuck! Seems Elaine is out of luck on this one. Brawl is soon called the winner. Just as she chides to Universe 19, she'll go get him now. leaving the Helolite to grunt. Billions of flabbers! Whatever that means. Reappearing, Elaine sulks in his loss, believing his entire universe to be doomed. But Oob comes rushing over, shouting no! Again, stating if they win, his group's wish will be theirs. Heck, it may even be a couple wishes if they can use their iteration of the Dragon Balls. Goten piping up. Gentlemen, with the quality of Son Goku, your world isn't just saved, it's double saved! Going on to detail his heroics we're already familiar with, and he only dies every other time on the job. And for a small additional fee, he can probably even convince a Helolite's enemies to redeem themselves and become allies. Our hero pumped they now have something to fight for, other than just being here for fun. Shaking hands, Elaine thanks them for their sacrifice and generosity. Rejoining Piccolo, Dynamic assumes she does not want her workout attire back, but on the contrary, she wants it to be twice the weight this time. Now that she has a universe to save, she needs to train now more than ever. Coming just about full circle, it's announced the next fight will be Bardock versus King Cold. The Saiyan calling out, this will be the King's final battle, as he's seen the future, and his defeat. When Vegito makes his return to the arena. Which wraps up the events of the flashback. We resume right after Super Buu is restrained by Gast, Goku salivating at the power the Namek shows. And in the booth, we find out their tech to send him back is still
तो हेलो दोस्तों कैसे हैं आप लोग। मैं हूं अंकुर और स्वागत है आपका मेरे और आपके
Press the wrong button, guys.
Gallic.
Let's go.
Hey, for that.
Alright guys, I'm going to end the stream now. If you stayed this long, I'd like to say thank you. Give the video a thumbs up, subscribe, and I'll be streaming again tomorrow. So I'll see you guys then. Have a good night. Thank you Tiger T for the 199 super chat. Peace out guys.